네, 2023 Dream Together Seoul Forum을 함께 해주신 여러분 대단히 반갑습니다. 본 행사 시작 전 잠시 안내 말씀드리도록 하겠습니다. 오늘 행사는 잠시 후 2시에 시작되어 6시까지 ESG 스포츠 가치를 활용한 사회적 책임 이행이라는 주제로 국내외 다양한 학계, 기관에서 오신 전문가 여러분들을 모시고 주제 발표와 토론 등으로 진행이 될 예정입니다. 또한 오늘 행사는 서울올림픽 기념 국민체육진흥공단의 공식 유튜브 채널을 통해서 한국어와 영어로 생중계 될 예정이며 사전에 등록해 주신 분들을 한해서 저희 줌으로도 참여가 가능하십니다. 비표를 교부받으신 현장 참가자 여러분들께서는 무대 앞에 준비되어 있는 앞쪽 좌석부터 자리를 해주시면 대단히 감사드리겠습니다. 입장이 완료되면 저희 바로 행사가 시작될 예정이니까요. 잠시 자리에서 대기해 주시기 바라겠습니다. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The Dream Together Seoul Forum 2023, held under the theme Social Responsibility, Sports Values, and ESG Management, is about to begin. Now, various presentations and discussions will be delivered by our experts from academia, institutions, and more, both domestically and internationally. So we look forward to your active participation. Now, today's forum will be streaming live on the official YouTube channel of Korea Sports Promotion Foundation, both in English and Korean. Now, those of you who have received your badges, please take your seats starting from the front row, and we will begin today's event as soon as everyone is seated. 네, 다시 한번 안내 말씀드리도록 하겠습니다. 무대 앞쪽에 준비되어 있는 자리에 착석해 주시면 저희 바로 행사를 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 더불어 오늘의 포럼은 공식 언어인 영어로 진행이 될 예정입니다. 자리에 놓여진 통역 수신기를 이용하셔서 한국어는 7번 채널, 영어는 8번 채널로 이용해 주시면 되겠습니다. Once again, please take your seats starting from the front row. As soon as everyone is seated, we will proceed right to today's forum. Now, simultaneous interpretation service is provided throughout this event, so please use your receivers at your seat and switch on to channel 7 for Korean and 8 for English. Thank you.
친구들.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very pleasant afternoon to you all, and welcome to Dream Together Seoul Forum 2023. My name is Kelly Park, your MC for this meaningful occasion, and it is my great honor and great pleasure to be guiding you throughout today's proceedings. It is an honor to meet you all. Thank you very much. Well, first and foremost, on behalf of the organizing committee, thank you very much for sparing your very valuable time to be here with us today in the midst of this rainy but beautiful autumn weather here in Korea and showing great interest in today's forum. Now, hosted by the Korea Sports Promotion Foundation and sponsored by the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism, this year in particular, UNICEF Korea has graciously participated as our supporting organization. Now, Dream Together Seoul Forum is part of the Dream Together Masters Program, which aims to foster future leaders in the sports administration, led by the Global Sports Management graduate program at Seoul National University. Currently, this event is streaming live on the official YouTube channel for Korea Sports Promotion Foundation, both in English and Korean. Now, in addition to all of you here today at this venue, we also have participants joining us online. So once again, thank you very much for your valuable time. Now, for this year, the forum is centered around the theme Social Responsibility, Sports Values, and ESG Management, which will provide a platform for various presentations and discussions by our experts from academia, institutions, domestically and internationally, scheduled until 6 p.m. So we look forward to your active participation. Now, furthermore, please note that the official language for this forum will be proceeding in English. And once again, simultaneous interpretation service is provided throughout this event. So please switch on to channel 7 for Korean and channel 8 for English. And for our online participants, please feel free to join us on the official channel according to your language. Now, first of all, please allow me to introduce our esteemed guests who have come to honor and celebrate today's event. As I call upon each names, please greet them with a big round of applause. First, please welcome Hyun Jae-jo, President of Korea Sports Promotion Foundation. Welcome. Thank you for coming. And next, we have, please take your seats. And next we have Sung-Kyu Kim, Executive Vice President of and Dean of Graduate School at Seoul National University. Thank you very much. And next, please welcome Jun Ho Kang, a Director of Global Sports Management at Seoul National University. Thank you for coming. And next, please welcome Young-ji Park, Executive Director of UNICEF Korea. Thank you very much. And next, we have Judith Grisel, Professor of Psychology at Bucknell University. Yes, thank you very much for your presence. And next, we have Tae-Gyun Kim, Professor of Graduate School of International Studies at Seoul National University. Thank you. And last but not least, please welcome So Young-kwon, Professor of Global Affairs at George Mason University, Korea. Thank you very much. As thank you very much once again for your presence here today, and we ask for your understanding for not being able to call upon all attendees due to time constraint. So without further ado, to officially begin Dream Together Seoul Forum 2023, it is my great honor to invite our distinguished individual who has dedicated significant effort for making this event possible. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Cho Hyun-jae, the president of Korea Sports Promotion Foundation, for the opening remarks. Please welcome with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon. Distinguished guests from home and abroad. I am Hyun-jae Cho, just introduced, the president of the Korea Sports Promotion Foundation. First of all, I would like to welcome you all sincerely to this year's Dream Together Seoul Forum. In particular, I am very happy to meet the next generations of sports administrators who are visiting Korea for the Dream Together Masters program, following their passion to create a better future. I would also like to express my deep appreciation to the experts from home and abroad who will be delivering speeches and giving presentations. The Dream Together Masters program is organized by KSPO, together with the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism, and also with the Seoul National University. This program is already in its 11th year. There is a saying in Korea that over a period of 10 years, even rivers and mountains can be seen to change. During this time of change, our Dream Together Masters program has been established as Korea's preeminent sports exchange program. Over 10 years, 248 sports administrators from 57 countries have attended the program already. Its greatest achievement is that everyone who participates becomes a precious seed, spreading the understanding of the value of sports all around the world. We are confident that these seeds will continue to flourish and bear fruit long into the future. This meeting, the Dream Together Seoul Forum, is another endeavor to promote global cooperation through sports. And the theme of this year's forum is social responsibility, sports values, and ESG management. The value of sport is universally recognized, and sports have a far-reaching impact on all of humanity by improving the quality of our lives and by helping to create a better world. In opening this year's forum today, I hope and trust that our discussions here on the value of sports will contribute to a world of healthy bodies and minds, sound minds, and better lives. This year marks the 35th anniversary of the 1988 Seoul Olympics, a major turning point in the history of the Republic of Korea, and also a pivotal event in dissipating the tensions of the Cold War between East and the West. During the 34 years since the Seoul Games, the KSPO has been responsible for managing and promoting their legacy. And our ongoing efforts have been recognized as one of the best practices by the International Olympic Committee. We remain committed to spreading the tangible and intangible values of the Seoul Olympics, preserving and passing down the Olympic spirit to future generations of people around the world. The Dream Together Masters Program and the Dream Together Seoul Forum serve as a solid foundation for global harmony and development through sports. Long may they continue. Together, we have made great strides over the past 10 years, and now we are embarking upon another decade. We must aspire to accomplish bigger dreams in the years ahead. Dream together. Once again, I would like to thank all those involved for the hard work they have put into organizing this event, and to wish everyone here good health and happiness. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the warm welcome, opening up today's forum, and your dedication and support for making this event possible. Please give another big round of applause to our President Cho. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to welcome a significant contributor for today's forum. Please welcome Professor Chun Ho Kang, Director of Global Sports Management at Seoul National University, for the welcoming remarks. Please welcome with a big round of applause.
Distinguished speakers, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear students and colleagues, good afternoon. It's my pleasure and privilege to welcome all of you to the Dream Together Master Program, Dream Together Seoul Forum 2023. Together, we gather today to explore the profound impact of sport. It's a privilege to see many dedicated experts and institutions coming together to discuss topics of paramount importance. Standing on this podium to deliver my welcoming remarks at this forum is without a doubt one of my favorite things to do every year. It's because this forum will allow us to present the agenda in the international sport field and gather experts from academia and related fields to listen to their valuable opinions. This year, I'm even more overwhelmed than ever because today's forum commemorates the 10th anniversary of the Dream Together Master. DTM is an international sport development project initiated by Korea, the only country that has transitioned from an aid recipient country to an aid donor country in its commitment to the prosperity of humanity. I can still vividly recall that we planned this initiative a decade ago based on philosophy of extending the benefits and values of sports to more people and countries worldwide. I wish to express my gratitude to the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism and Korea Sports Promotion Foundation for their unwavering support over the past decade. Today's forum theme not only encapsulates the essence of what makes a sport a powerful force in our lives, but also highlights the transformative role it plays in shaping our world for better. it's been widely acknowledged that sport can serve as a source of empowerment, inclusion, and inspiration, bringing communities around the world together in its celebration. Particularly, sport has the power to help members of a society to grow together. Sport, starting from ancient Athens, where it boosted the sense of belonging and strengthening and solidarity, strengthened the community awareness among Athenians, has evolved to become a symbol of peace and solidarity in modern society. Just as South Africa's former president, Nelson Mandela, famously said, sport has the power to change the world. Nevertheless, despite such advances, we understand the potential of sport in this regard has not yet been fully realized. Through the value of sport, DTM has played a role as a platform that aims to create a better world by identifying, educating the next generation of sport administrators and connecting them. Students selected from around the world, particularly from developing or underdeveloped countries, learn from experts in various fields and engage in mutual exchange to foster their growth, with the goal of returning to their home countries and becoming leader-level sport administrators. The 9th batch graduate, Manish, is a former para-athlete, and after graduation, he is dedicated to raising awareness about people with disabilities in India through sport. Also, the 6th batch graduate, Daulina, is actively contributing to Kosovo's social development through innovations in sports sector as a Deputy Minister of Sport. The DTM graduates aim to contribute to their local communities, their nations, and international development through sport. And their achievements are evidence and potential for the social value that sport has. In particular, the 5 proud DTM graduates who have joined us today have not only achieved remarkable success in their home country sport development after graduation, but also have presented creative and innovative ideas to create a better world through sport. They are the leading figures who embody the value of sport as a social responsibility, which is the theme of today's forum. Our graduates tirelessly strive in their respective role every day to discover and apply the value of sport in addressing social issues. Therefore, in conclusion, I'd like to say that the existence of DTM itself is the epitome of today's forum theme, social responsibility as social value, as sport value. I sincerely hope that today's forum will be a meaningful opportunity to discuss development through sport. Once again, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to everyone for participating today and extend special thanks to Korea Sports Promotion Foundation for their support in organizing today's forum. Thank you for listening.
Please give a big hand. Yes, thank you very much for that hospitable welcome, as well as your contribution and support for today's forum. And congratulations on the 10th anniversary of the Dream Together Masters program as well. Thank you very much. And next, we are delighted to share a congratulatory message from Deputy Minister Mi Ran-chang of the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism, who cannot be here with us in person, but has sent us her warm regards through the video message. Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention towards the screen.
안녕하세요. 문화체육관광부 2차관 장미란입니다. 2023 드림 투게더 서울 포럼의 개최를 진심으로 축하드립니다. 이번 토론회를 마련해 주신 국민체육진흥공단 관계자분들과 함께 해주신 모든 분께 감사의 인사를 전합니다. 아울러 각자의 꿈을 실현하기 위해 드림 투게더 마스터 프로그램에 참여한 학생 여러분께 축하와 환영의 인사를 드립니다. 스포츠의 힘은 도전과 열정, 선의의 경쟁으로 세계인의 마음의 평화와 울림을 주는 것입니다. 저도 올림피언으로서 이러한 스포츠의 가치를 확산하고자 노력하고 있습니다. 문화체육관광부도 스포츠로 더 나은 세상을 만들고자 2013년부터 드림 투게더 마스터 프로그램을 통하여 미래 스포츠 행정가들과 함께 스포츠의 가치와 지식을 공유하고 있습니다. 앞으로도 더욱 많은 교육생이 각국에서 스포츠를 통해 사회 발전에 기여하고 희망을 전할 수 있도록 적극적으로 지원하겠습니다. 오늘 이 자리에 계신 모든 분이 스포츠의 힘을 믿고 스포츠가 지닌 가치를 사회적으로 확산하는 데 앞장서 주길 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
Please give a big hand. Yes, thank you very much for your kind words and supporting today's forum with the value of sports. Thank you once again. And now we have a great pleasure to invite Professor Sung-Kyu Kim, Executive Vice President for Academic Affairs and Dean of Graduate School at Seoul National University for the congratulatory remarks. Please welcome with a big round of applause.
네, 안녕하십니까. 서울대 교육부총장
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Sung-Kyu Kim, Executive Vice President of Academic Affairs and Dean of the Graduate School of Seoul National University. We have students from the Department of Korean Language, and we also have simultaneous interpreters here.
So if
So
you
I'm going
need
to speak in
interpretation,
Korean.
please use your receivers.
네, 오늘같이 좋은 가을날 서울대 캠퍼스에서 원래 오늘같이 좋은 가을날로 썼는데
We have such a beautiful fall weather today, but it's raining today. I'm very delighted that we have this event being held on Seoul National University campus. On behalf of Seoul National University, I'd like to welcome all of you to the Dream Together Seoul Forum 2023. In particular,
환영사를 해주신
I'd like to thank President Jo Hyun-jae
박형지
for your opening remarks. And also I'd like to thank Mr. Park Hyun-jae for your keynote speech that will be delivered soon. And also I'd like to thank the presenters, Ms. Grisol and Professor Kim Tae-kyun, and also Professor Kwon for moderating the session. Thank you very much. This year marks a significant milestone for Seoul National University's Dream Together Master Program as it celebrates its 10th anniversary. I wish to express my appreciation for the substantial contribution this program has made in cultivating future leaders of sports by fostering a platform for the enrichment of both theoretical and practical knowledge. Since the admission of 24 students in 2013, a total of 200 students from 56 different countries have earned master's degree in sport management over the last 10 years. After graduation, these alumni are now actively contributing to sport development worldwide. I'd like to take this opportunity to extend my heartfelt congratulations on the momentous 10th anniversary of the Dream Together Master Program. I believe there's no question about the social benefits and values of sports. Even at our Seoul National University, we are actively fostering a consensus on the social utility and benefits through events such as the university, intramural sports tournaments, and SNU marathon games, and so on. So this year's topic is the value of sports as a social responsibility. In relation to this, I believe that expert presentations regarding using sports for solving social problems, perspectives on ODA, the positive impact delivered by global spread of sports values, and successful spread of intangible values, including sports values, will provide diverse perspectives on the sports values that future generations will inherit. I also wish to extend my sincere appreciation to the Korean Ministry of Culture, Sports, and Tourism and the Korea Sports Promotion Foundation for their invaluable support for such significant achievements to be made possible. I am very optimistic that the foresight and knowledge gained from the Dream Together Seoul Forum 2023 will hold universal appeal, offering valuable experiences to all participants throughout the forum presentations. And also, I'd like to thank all of you for your contribution and participation.
Thank you very much for the sincere welcome and for your great contribution and support for this event and also spreading the value of sports. Thank you once again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before we dive into our main program, we would like to commemorate this special occasion with a commemorative photo. So would all the distinguished guests and 4 of our graduates students please proceed up to the stage for the commemorative photo. Please proceed. Our distinguished guests and 4 graduate students will now take a commemorative photo. Please proceed up to the stage for the group photo. We'll take about 3 photos with our distinguished guests. Please look towards the camera. We have lots of cameras here today. Yes, please move to the center. Oh, would you please move to the left? The right, that is. Yes, thank you very much. And then all together with a big smile, please. 1, 2, 3. Excellent. And now for the next photo, we will be inviting our speakers from the video. Yes. Thank you for joining us. Okay, please look towards the camera and with a big, nice smile, please. Yes, please a little bit. Yes, move towards the center, please. And now for the last photo, we'll say "화이팅," which means victory. Please raise up your fists, and on the count of 3, 화이팅. Dream Together Seoul Forum 2023. 1, 2, 3, 화이팅! Please give a big hand to our distinguished guests. Thank you very much. I would like to invite you back to your seats. Thank you very much for your cooperation and support. And we would like to invite you back to your seats. Thank you once again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the video introducing the theme for today's forum. Please turn your attention towards the screen.
Are you not curious? Why does sports news always come after the news ends? The answer is that sports are an integral part of our daily lives. To put it differently, it can be described as an essential part of life, and even life itself. Sports are a representation of human culture passed down from ancient times, and many important values for humanity are often found in sports. Let's talk about equity. In the 100-meter sprint, having the same starting line, same starting time, and same finish line is a perfect model of the value of equity. It's a value shared equally by all of humanity, regardless of language, location, history, or cultural background. But why don't men and women compete together in track and field events? Come to think of it, sports like taekwondo, boxing, wrestling, and judo have weight classes in addition to gender categories. Gender-neutral competition, even among the same gender, is only formally fair, but not practically fair, due to inherent physical differences. And fairness is a value that helps achieve equity in practice. Apart from equity and fairness, there are other valuable principles like inclusiveness that doesn't exclude anyone, and teamwork and leadership that are highlighted in team sports. These values are inherent in sports and are essential for the well-being and prosperity of communities. There's also the comprehensive concept of Olympic values. The Olympic values are excellence, respect, and friendship. The values of excellence, which means distinct excellence, respect, which means accepting the rules and results of competition, and friendship, which means harmony with competitors, are the symbols of the Olympics. We naturally reflect on the true meaning of these values when we watch the Olympics every 4 years, and we can learn valuable self-management techniques necessary for living in a competitive society. This is because the process of elite athletes managing their condition and achieving optimal performance through repetition of appropriate nutrition, training, and rest is the same as the self-management process required by modern people living in a competitive society. These values, though not immediately visible to us, elevate our quality of life and contribute to creating a better world through the values of sports and the legacy of the Olympics. The Basic Sports Act of the Republic of Korea proposes 3 values of sports: healthy body, sound mind, and high-quality life. This includes all the sports values described above and the Olympic legacy. Of course, there are many other values of sports besides these. Let's discover together the values of sports that live and breathe in our daily lives. The Ministry of Culture, Sports, and Tourism and the KSPO have established a hub where these sports values are gathered, and all citizens can experience them. KSPO Sports Value Center will take its first step in November 2023 in Jinju, the City of Education in Korea. Together with collaborating partners such as UNICEF, we will do our best to fulfill our mission, which is to enable all citizens to lead healthy and happy lives. We will spread the value of sports to all areas of our society, including education, culture, environment, human rights, welfare, politics, economy, and leisure. We will also ensure that sports values can be successfully spread and passed down throughout the world and even to future generations. If you support this initiative, please join us in celebrating the opening of the KSPO Sports Value Center with enthusiastic applause and words of encouragement. Oh, and cheering is also one of the important values of sports.
Please give a big hand. Cheering is another way of expressing sports. Yes, that was a brief video about the value of sports. While we often consider sports as a very valuable opportunity, we may not always reflect on the specific values of sports that we can learn from. So we hope that this video has provided you a new outlook and a more deeper reflection on the values of sports. And now, let us proceed on with the keynote speech of Dream Together Seoul Forum 2023. The theme for today's keynote speech is social responsibility and future generation. Now, today the world faces complex issues such as drug abuse and poverty. And the public sector has a job of tackling these issues for the greater good, taking on roles to find solutions. Now, here today we suggest that sports can be a very strong and essential way to address these social issues. And for today's presentation, we'll be taking a look at what values of sports we should pass on to the next generation and what responsibilities the public sector should take on in this regard. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Hyung-ji Park, the Executive Director of UNICEF Korea, on the theme Social Responsibility and Future Generations. Please welcome with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon. My name is Hyung-ji Park. I'm serving as the Executive Director of UNICEF Korea, and a video is the hardest act to follow. You have to pay attention to me now. There are no happy graphics up there, and you're also supposed to laugh, but okay, that's all right. It's a great pleasure for me to stand before you today and discuss a topic that's close to our hearts, the role of sport in the development of children. I would like to say that this is a topic that's close to my heart but not my body, because I don't practice sport myself, and I would like to. I made a big resolution this summer that I was going to exercise. And so far, that has resulted in my purchasing an Apple Watch and putting the daily tracker as the face, so everybody can see when they meet me how little I've exercised that day. I would like to thank the Korea Sports Promotion Foundation, and especially President Hyun-jae Cho and our hosts here at SNU Vice President Sung-Gyu Kim, who has left already. So, and thank you for having us. Today, November 16th, 2023, is perhaps an ironic or maybe a fitting day on which to have this kind of conference on the importance of sport. Those of you who are not local may not know the significance of today. It's an extraordinary day. It's a day when offices start an hour late. It's a day in which the plane schedules are changed so that flights cannot take off at certain hours of the day. Many school children stay home from school. What is this extraordinary day? I hear a great buzz, but I'll just tell you the right answer. I know I don't have any prizes to give anyway, so for right answer. So today is Sunung Day, right? It's the day of Korea's college entrance exam, the College Scholastic Ability Test, the nation's annual college entrance exam. And for a society like Korea, which is Confucian in its basis, education is the key to success. And so we often say that it's days like today that are the cause of Korea's empty playgrounds, right? That children don't have time to play because they're too busy studying. Just last week, I was on a field visit to Laos, on a UNICEF visit to see what things UNICEF was doing to provide health and educational opportunities to remote villages in Laos. And one of the things that was most noticeable in comparison to the abandoned playgrounds in Korea's Seoul's apartment complexes is that the children in the school in Laos were out in full force playing in the playground. And there wasn't even a playground, right? There was no playground. They were just out there in the field outside of their school. And one soccer ball would transform a field where cows also grazed at different, not necessarily at different times of day, to transform the place into a setting for play and energy and movement. And we, the UNICEF people that were there, we were talking about how it was that with no rules, no regulations, no soccer posts, right? No organized sport in any way, the children were able to create these vibrant, active spaces where they were playing, and despite their limited nutrition, were actually extraordinarily fit and healthy. And my colleagues and I agreed that such unstructured sport was what led to generations of great soccer superstars. And then we lamented that these days, Korea's soccer future players are made in organized soccer camps where their soccer moms are driving them in very expensive SUVs. And we're wondering what would happen with the future of coming up with talent. So UNICEF, oh, hello. Okay, so please don't look on this side. That's just me, larger than life. Just look over here. You can look at world children looking happy. UNICEF, established in 1946 with the spirit of serving every child, everywhere, every day, to build a better world for everyone, is a UN organization dedicated to helping children worldwide. We operate in over 190 countries and territories, and we strive to realize the goals of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. In particular, when it comes to sport, we follow Article 31 of the Convention, which reads, "Every child has the right to rest, relax, play, and to take part in cultural and creative activities." In alignment with our mission, UNICEF recognizes the central value of sport in shaping a better future for children. At UNICEF, whenever we create programs with our collaborators on the ground, we try to integrate sport and physical activity into our programs and activities and advocate for the role of sport, recreation, and play in child development from early childhood to adolescence. And so we consider, at UNICEF, we consider sport as an important practical tool in bettering children's lives and guaranteeing their fundamental rights, including the right to play. We also at UNICEF have a category called Sport for Development, S4D, And this category of initiatives is, include programs through which we emphasize how sport can become a powerful tool to foster personal and social development. Technically, sport for development refers to the use of sport or any form of physical activity to provide both children and adults with the opportunity to achieve their full potential through programs that promote personal and social development. At UNICEF, we believe that sport means much more than just a chance to kick a ball or play with friends. Sport can improve physical health and impart essential life lessons about respect, cooperation, and leadership. Through evidence-based research, UNICEF has identified 4 key areas where sport can significantly impact children's lives, and you see these 4 here on the screen. In education, sport can increase student engagement, improve life skills, and create better relationships with teachers. When it comes to social inclusion, sport can facilitate a sense of belonging, acceptance, and interaction, particularly among marginalized groups. We find that in the area of child protection, sport contributes significantly to reducing risky behavior and gender-based violence, fostering fair play and positive peer support. Finally, sport has the effect of empowering individuals and groups, leading to caring relationships. In what remains of my presentation today, I will focus primarily on social inclusion and empowerment through case studies and examples of the value of sport in children's well-being. At UNICEF, we support children all over the world in difficult situations. And sport, in particular, can be a valuable tool in helping displaced or refugee children find social inclusion in their new communities. Globally, over 110 million people have become forcibly displaced due to armed conflict, violence, or events seriously disturbing public order, and half of them are children. We live in a world now where we wake up to see the news every day, whether it be from Gaza or elsewhere, and we see really emotionally traumatic scenes, and there are always children at the basis of this. We at UNICEF talk about the fact that children are the greatest losers in situations like this, either because they are directly victims themselves, or because they lose their parents, they lose their homes, they don't get to go to school. That kind of loss of childhood years or months can be something that stays with these children forever. These children are directly exposed to violence, separation from family and home, fear. All of this significantly and negatively affects their development and their psychosocial well-being. And even when they find a new place to live, one of the challenges refugee children face is integration into the host community. So at UNICEF, we have a number of programs that help with that. So Netherlands has one program called Team Up. And it's a program that Netherlands implemented in order to help with the inflow of refugees and the lack of psychosocial support available. Basically, Team Up creates sport and physical activities to provide social and emotional support to refugee children by offering structured sport, play, and exercise activities. And then for refugee children aged 6 to 18. And these activities have specific objectives related to themes such as anger management or how to deal with stress and how to interact with others. And this is especially important because when language is something that is not commonly held, sport becomes a way in which children can interact with people and find their peers that they can communicate with. So in terms of the results of Team Up, we found that this Team Up program helps provide emotional support and much needed stability for the children. Focus group discussions highlighted that children feel safe while participating in the program. And we've built on the effectiveness of this program, so it has now expanded beyond the Netherlands to countries such as diverse as Uganda, Colombia, Sri Lanka, Italy, and Greece. So we love having these sort of pilot programs that can then expand. In another case study, this is that UNICEF supports an S4D program in Romania called Rugby Tag, where Romanian and Ukrainian adolescents come together in a rugby tag match. As you may imagine, a lot of Ukrainian refugees are all over Europe, and in one particular city in Romania called Suceava, a substantial community of Ukrainian refugees, and now those refugees are getting to be somewhat long-term, right? We're into a year or 2, 3, coexist with local Romanians, but they lack meaningful opportunities for interaction. And so this rugby tag initiative was launched with the intention of providing local and refugee adolescents a chance to connect, socialize, and cultivate meaningful relationships together. The sporting event became an invaluable opportunity to nurture friendships and bridge the gap between Romanian and Ukrainian teenagers who had previously coexisted in the same town but led separate lives. After participating in this rugby tag match, one Ukrainian adolescent named Roxana testified that, quote, it was an incredible opportunity to engage with Romanian and Ukrainian kids, and we shared unforgettable moments. I discovered that rugby is not only an enthralling sport, but also an excellent means to connect with new people and to gain insights into different cultures. I had the chance to form new friendships with both Romanian and Ukrainian children. On the field, we supported each other, and despite speaking different languages, we learned to communicate effectively. I would like now to turn to the ways in which sport can also be a means of empowerment. Empowerment in the context of sport refers to qualities such as self-determination, positive self-concept, and the motivation derived from mastering a skill. And I'd like to, the first value I'd like to talk about is that sports programs often offer crucial protection against the alarming rates of mental health issues among adolescents. So according to UNICEF's the State of the World's Children 2023 report, over 13% of adolescents in the world live with a diagnosed mental disorder. Who knows how many go undiagnosed? Every year, almost 46,000 children and adolescents between the ages of 10 and 19 end their own lives. That's about 1 every 11 minutes worldwide. And this is a particular issue here in South Korea, where we boast, unfortunately, the highest suicide rates among OECD countries. So we're always trying to figure out how to address this. In other examples, we also have a program, UNICEF conducts a program called the Young Athlete Program in various countries, and this is a children's sports initiative that brings together children with and without disabilities to participate in the same sport. And this program leads to this very simple, begins with this simple social integration of children with and without disabilities, but we found that it has a positive mental impact on the mental well-being of all the children. And we had a survey conducted at the conclusion of the Young Athlete Program, and we found that there was a remarkable 90% increase in confidence, independence, and courage among the participating children, not only the ones with disabilities, but also the ones without. In another case study that affected refugees in Greece, we can see the immediate impact of sport when UNICEF conducted a study to examine the impact of sport on the psychological well-being of refugee children in Greece. Before participating in the sport program, approximately 1 in 4 adolescent children, refugees, was identified as having psychosocial and psychological issues. This included 13% with attention issues, 28% with internalizing issues, 16% with externalizing issues. And we found, however, following their involvement in the sports sessions, the majority of participants reported significant improvements in all these areas. Specifically, in this particular case study, participants reported high levels of satisfaction and support for this program in areas such as social relationships and support, positive feelings and experiences, and taking part and being active. Okay, so I don't think there's one example that doesn't have a slide. In the last case study that I'd like to discuss, I'd like to share a local example, one in Korea, and one that UNICEF Korea has worked closely with. UNICEF Korea operates a child-friendly cities initiative, in which we have specific requirements for cities to follow in terms of transportation or school or access to services. And we go through programs and we go through a sort of multi-year stage process where they become certified as a child-friendly city, and we work closely with these cities. One of our star child-friendly cities right now is Siheung City, and within the framework of UNICEF's child-friendly cities, they've created a Play Start Siheung program, and they've created this vast public indoor playground, as well as several pop-up playgrounds. But what's really notable about this project is that not only has Siheung City continuously worked to promote children's rights to sport, all of the design of these playgrounds was done by asking for children's opinions on what should go in. So children's views on what the best playground would be, how to make it more entertaining, how to make it more useful, were canvassed, and their opinions were included in the design of this playground. And so we consider this one of our sort of model cases for the kind of work that UNICEF is doing within Korea. And through this project, Siheung City participated in the Global Action Plan on Physical Activity 2018 to 2030, which is a global action for physical activities launched by the WHO to create environments where children can practice health-enhancing physical activities. As I near the end of my presentation, I feel like, as Professor Kang has already cited, no one has expressed the importance of sport better than Nelson Mandela, who said, "Sport has the power to change the world. It has the power to inspire. It has the power to unite people in a way that little else does. It speaks to youth in a language they understand. Sport can create hope where once there was only despair. It is more powerful than governments in breaking down racial barriers. It laughs in the face of all types of discrimination." And I love that phrase, sport laughs in the face of all types of discrimination. And I think you can see from the examples I've shown that sport transcends language, it transcends refugee status, it transcends disability, and it's in some ways the ultimate unifying force for children's health and well-being. So I would like to finally thank KSPO for being a trailblazer in disseminating the transformative impact of sport. And KSPO is wonderful in providing children with diverse sport experiences, as well as organizing sessions like today that we can all come together and share our information. UNICEF, of course, shares these objectives and looks forward to working together with KSPO. And together we aspire to wield the power of sport to diminish the inequities that detrimentally affect children and to foster social change for both children and young people. Together, we can make a difference. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for that thought-provoking presentation, opening up opportunities for the impact of sports values and the role of public sector in shaping positive values for the future. Thank you once again. And now let's kick off the first session of Dream Together Seoul Forum 2023. Now for our first session, we have prepared 4 presentations. The theme for our first presentation is using sports for solving social problems. Now in today's society, there are many social problems that affect not only South Korea, but the entire world. We prepared a video from Professor Choi, who is a well-known biologist here in South Korea, to discuss this issue. Now, the video highlights the importance of our society taking proactive steps to prevent and address these issues. So we have received permission from Professor Choi, who has the authority and copyright of this video, to showcase this video at this forum. So, ladies and gentlemen, this video is in Korean, so please use your receivers and let's take a look.
그 질문이 제일 뼈아픈 질문인데요.
So that question
마약이 본격적으로
is interesting, isn't it? So if
어느 정도일까? 네, 우리는 했다 하면
Koreans
끝장을 보는
are sort of
민족이잖아요.
addicted
지금
to
미국의
narcotics. I think we're going to hit
캘리포니아나
rock
LA에서
bottom. Obviously,
벌어지는
things are
그
happening
정도를 능가할
in
가능성이
LA,
있는데
and I think things are going to be
우리가
even
그동안
worse in South
봐온
Korea.
그리고 우리가 우리 스스로 지금 인정하는 우리 대한민국 사람들의
So,
속성에 비춰보면
if you think about
문제가
the characteristics of
어느
South
판을
Koreans,
넘어서면 대한민국은 걷잡을 수 없는
I suppose once we get addicted to it, we will obviously hit the rock bottom because that's how we are made of. That's our nature.
마약도 그렇게 될 수 있죠.
So I suppose the drugs will have similar impact on South Koreans. So when I talk about gambling issues and drug addiction issues, so we have to do a better job in terms of education. So over the course of 50 years, we have turned ourselves into a developed nation from aid recipient. So this obviously has positive effects, but it also can have detrimental circumstances.
Yes, please give a big hand. Yes, this video was from Professor Choi, and we want to explore how sports can be used as a tool for addressing social issues like addiction. So we want to look at it into two different perspectives of addiction to understand how sports can contribute as a solution. So first, we are honored to have Professor Judith Grisel with the Department of Psychology at Bucknell University, and also the author of the New York Times bestseller Never Enough, the Neuroscience and Experience of Addiction. Despite her busy schedules, she has graciously made a great journey all the way here to bring her expertise with us. So please welcome her with a big hand.
감사합니다. 영광입니다.
Thank you very much. It's my great honor to be here.
Why addictive disorders are another pandemic, and illustrate how a better understanding of the brain and developmental imperatives can help us work together to turn the tide. So, as we all know too well, adolescents are struggling all around the world, in Korea, in the US, and everywhere else. We just learned that 13%, I think, of children are suffering with mental health disorders, so my data might be out of sync a little bit. And they are also going to drugs more and more. So this is an increasing problem, as we just heard in the video. As children suffer, they seek ways to cope, and those ways are more and more available. So we're getting rises in substance use and mental health disorders kind of together. And I think the historic way we've thought of this is that mental health sufferers leads to using drugs to cope and to make ourselves feel better. But more and more we're seeing from neuroscience that using drugs is contributing to mental illness and so psychological distress. So it's kind of a two-way street for sure. And so I'm going to try to explain addiction and then talk more about what we might do, including the value of sports for that. So addiction is a mental illness. It most often develops as young people are just experimenting. They just want to try new things and they pick up a drug. In some kids, that becomes a habit, and then they turn more and more to that habit as a way to cope with distress. Part of that's the situation they're in, and part of that might be inherited risk. But for some people, there's a shift from coping to compulsive use. And I put the little picture of the brain up there to show you that in that shift, what's happening is that the choice behavior that's mediated by the blue part, our frontal lobe, our cerebral cortex, is kind of giving way to subcortical, the pink structures that are responsible for the compulsive habits, you know, the things that we kind of can't stop. So at the beginning, people kind of usually try on a whim, and then some of them develop habits, and those habits may turn into compulsions. That turns out to lead to a state, and I'll explain this in a few minutes, of withdrawals, so that when the drug used to make us feel better than normal, when you're withdrawing from a drug, you now feel normal with the drug and worse than normal without it. So that's really when addiction begins to develop. And that, of course, leads to despair, which, as Nelson Mandela and others have pointed out, is kind of the antithesis of hope. This all happens as the brain adapts, and it creates, the brain's changes or learning create three states. One is that people are tolerant. The same amount of drug doesn't work as well over time. They become dependent. We can see dependence when they are undergoing withdrawal, when they can't get the drug anymore. And then that leads to craving, because the only way to feel good is to take more and more and more drugs. So it's kind of like a dead end. And that's all occurring as the brain changes. Now, luckily, the brain is a master at changing, and it can change back too. It can go back up the steps. So it's possible to restore brain health in someone who's addicted. But I did want to say, and I kind of skipped this one, so I guess I can go back. It doesn't look like you can go back to the casual use. So once someone develops a problem, they really, largely, we think, need to be abstinent, for most people anyway. So I just want to take a few slides to describe what I think of, and many neuroscientists think of, as the kind of heart of the addictive process. And that comes from this theory that was developed in the 1970s from two psychologists at the University of Pennsylvania, Richard Solomon and John Corbett. So this is 50 years ago. They realized that any kind of strong feeling state produces the exact opposite feeling state afterward. So if we feel really good, let's say you're on vacation in a beautiful, exciting city, and then you go back to your life, humdrum life, then you have a little dip, you feel down. Or if it's your birthday, you've been looking forward to that for a while, and then you have a little dip. It can also work the other way. Something sad or upsetting happens, and then things improve, and then we feel better than normal. So more or less, our feeling states operate around a kind of a balancing act, like a seesaw. And I've said here in the simplest way, whoever gets high is going to go low. And so they were the first ones to really recognize that. And that is characterized by this general graph for any addictive drug. So we all have a neutral state, which is kind of right here, and this is our, like the fulcrum of the seesaw. So we have, I feel normal, I feel just fine today, nothing much is going on. And every addictive drug is addictive because it takes us better than normal. It makes us feel better than normal. And there's always a rush at the top, and then it kind of levels out while the drug is around. And then there's always a dip. And this is just a standard pattern. And that dip could be a little bit of an anxiety state after drinking too much, or could be craving for another hit of nicotine, or could be withdrawing from your last opioid hit. But so the timing varies, but the pattern is always the same. This is at first anyway. But with regular use, what we notice is that there's tolerance, dependence, and craving, as I said. And those states happen so that now the drug itself doesn't really take us much above our baseline. It makes us feel normal. That's when we're dependent. And we spend a lot of time in an addicted state, kind of below normal, withdrawing and wishing for more drug and craving. And Solomon and Corbett described the way that happens in these few graphs. So I just want you to take this with you, because I do think that most of the research that around substance use disorders and addiction, including gambling, including other kinds of addiction, takes this form. So the first times we use we get a lift from our baseline. We have this rush, it feels wonderful, kind of stays while the drug is around, and then we get the dip, as I said. And Solomon and Corbett hypothesized that that happens for two reasons. The first reason they called the A process, and this is what the drug does to the brain. So the drug might interact with opiate receptors or nicotine receptors or binding sites for one thing or another. So it's kind of the pharmacological effects of the drug. It's what the drug does to the brain. But because our brain likes to maintain a stable state, as I just showed you, it counteracts those effects. And it produces a B state. And that B state then combined with the A state, if you put those two together, the net effect looks like the top graph. These two are together. So the B process is what the brain does to what the drug does to the brain in order to counteract it, in order to compensate for that high and bring you back to neutral. But of course, we know that the brain can really learn and adapt. And so it gets better and better at the B state, so that after many exposures to a drug, the A state doesn't change, the A process, because that's just what the drug is doing to the brain, but the B process adapts by getting bigger and starting earlier and lasting longer, because the brain can. And it also learns to predict it. So I am today only addicted to caffeine, but if I don't get caffeine in the morning, I can't say a sentence. I could never give a talk. The caffeine makes me feel normal. Without it, I'm pretty useless. So this is the state for every person who's drug dependent. They're not using out of a choice. They're using just to feel okay, just to get through a day. So they're really trapped. Now, one big problem, just knowing this isn't going to be enough, because humans have been using mind-altering chemicals since before we were humans, since we were Neanderthals. As long as we have any history record, any historic record, even prehistory, in the Stone Age, people have been taking mind-altering chemicals all over the world. Anytime they could find something that would change their mental state, we've taken it. And so you can see some examples, but there have been everywhere that something is found that changes our feeling state. It's become a part of our culture. And really, historically, we use drugs, interestingly, to either they were used by shamans or other kinds of holy people to reach higher states, or used for people in community to connect with each other, to celebrate a birth or a harvest, or even mourn a death, but as part of a group. But that's not really the case anymore. So we use more and more alone, and we can get drugs very easily. So I could have filled this completely densely, but you get the idea, since the beginning of time. So that makes it hard to address this pandemic. The reason we've used drugs is because we have a small, kind of very special set of neurons in the very center of our brains, not many. It's often called the mesolimbic dopamine system. And they're mesolimbic because they arise kind of, here's the spinal cord and the brainstem. They arise in the midbrain or the mesobrain, and then project not too many places. So they're kind of sparsely populated. But in this one area called the nucleus accumbens, this mesolimbic pathway releases the neurotransmitter dopamine. And that has been the subject of a lot of investigation and interesting research, because that little bit of neurons gives us a whole bunch of meaning. It really drives who we are as a human culture. What does it do? It tells us when something matters. And anytime dopamine levels go up in the nucleus accumbens from this mesolimbic pathway, we have a sense of expectancy and promise and something interesting around the corner, hope, curiosity, excitement, hunger. So this is something that surges to mediate all those great feelings. And when it dips, as it does in the withdrawal state, it leads to the exact opposite. It leads to anhedonia, or a lack of pleasure, and a feeling of disappointment or indifference or boredom, achedia or sidia, I think you might say, and despair. So we are motivated by this pathway to get the red side and avoid the dip as much as possible. And this evolved to help us flourish. It really did. It evolved through natural selection, and by going for things that would lead to a rise in dopamine, we've survived and reproduced and populated all over the place, but we've also explored and built amazing buildings and made great art and discovered new scientific principles. So this pathway helps us all to become sort of our highest selves. And it advances civilization in doing so. And what I'm really saying is that the dopamine pathway helps us sort what matters. And what matters to you and me is partly the same and partly an individual thing. But every single addictive drug exploits that pathway. It is a match to light that pathway up. And unlike other stimuli, the ones that we have to work for, these drugs are readily available and easy to get for everybody. They're more and more potent as technology develops, and we get to control them. So, what is more readily going to be done, building a great bridge or sitting on the couch and, by yourself and stimulating your pathway with your favorite drug. And more kids are kind of taking that easy way. And so why they use is really the same reason we all use drugs. We want to get this feeling of promise and exploration and experimenting and hope and expectancy. And we also want to escape our aversive situations. So I'm going to talk about each of these briefly in turn, just a little bit. But the experimentation part, again, is part of what makes humans so successful as a species, and also maybe so liable to foibles, you could say. But kids, young people, are especially primed for this kind of thing. Their dopamine pathway is most active during adolescence. So during that time, they're looking for new experiences. They're looking to take risks and to have challenging opportunities. They don't have a lot of impulse control naturally, and I'll talk about that in a second, and they also are not really sensitive to punishment. So this is why in the US, drugs are such a scourge, and as we've heard, they're likely to be in Korea sooner rather than later also. So why are kids so likely to have those things? It kind of looks like adolescence, to a neuroscientist anyway, could be characterized by a timing gap in the way the brain develops. What happens during adolescence is that the frontal lobes are kind of slow. They're sort of retarded in getting developed. Those are the ones in blue here. And the mesolimbic dopamine pathway and other emotional and motivational pathways are wide open. So those parts come on board significantly earlier, which is why kids do such risky, stupid things, right? Why they don't think through always the consequences of their actions, why they take dangerous risks. And that seems like, wow, what a bad plan evolution did. But it's a great plan, because this is why kids leave home, for one thing. If they really thought through it, they might just stay in their parents' house. But they also might not become their full selves. They might not learn, what is it that I care about? What is it that matters to me? It's not maybe the same as my mom and dad. And they also, in doing that, they don't only foster their own development, but they foster all of us. They help push society forward, as we know. But the second reason, so that's the first reason, they want to experiment, but they also want to escape. And this is more and more of a problem. This is a graph from the United States showing that the risk of using any addictive drug is double or more than double in children who are depressed. As more and more kids are depressed, the risk of using is much higher because they want to cope with that depression. How can they make themselves feel better, quicker, sooner? And why are they depressed? Well, according to neuroscience, the current neuroscience, depression comes from having a maladaptive stress response, of rising levels of stress and not really knowing what to do about it. That might be partly inherited, but it could be from some acute stressor, like being forced to leave your home as there's a war or a natural disaster. But it also could just be the inescapable stress of climate change or lack of opportunity and specific experiences to your family. I also would say that they're increasingly depressed, and I'll show you a little bit of data about this today, but there's more and more from using drugs. So again, it's a bidirectional. So the three causes of addiction, I'm going to be really quick, are genetics, environment, including your culture, and which has been protective, I think, in Korea for a while, but maybe not so much longer. So both pro and con, and also development. And development is the most potent of those. So these all interact. It's a very complicated problem, but I would say that mostly we think that addiction is a developmental disorder. It's the best predictor. And what I mean by that is that most people who have addiction started using before they were 18. And in fact, a quarter of people who use addictive drugs before they're 18 develop addiction, and only 1 in 25 who start using after their brain is more developed. So adolescents who develop drug problems are not likely to grow out of them. And why that is because they're prone to risk, as I've said. They are stressed more and more. It is a stressful world. They have better access, and their brains are very plastic. Their brains are changing a lot. Even though our brains can adapt our whole lives until the day we die, there really are sponges early in development. And so because developing brains are more plastic, they are much more vulnerable. And young people learn everything quicker, and addiction is a form of learning. So I might have to skip well, I'm not going to skip it. I'm just going to say this shows you, let me go back for a second. This shows you how the brain changes between age 12 and age 20. There's a those color changes are all big changes in the cortical structure. And even a little bit of cannabis, which in some countries we think it's medicine, it's not medicine. Even a little bit is going to change that brain development. Because the brain is changing, because it's so plastic, they're really susceptible. And heavy smoking teens have decreases in the structure of so they have lighter brains. There's not as many neurons, there's not as many connections. For that reason, they have reduced IQ and cognitive functioning, and they're more hopeless and more depressed and more anxious. So again, just to kind of wrap it up with a few slides, using is a universal and perennial part of human culture. However, the need to escape is growing all over the world. And that makes it imperative that we find ways to cope, to help people. At the same time as the stress is growing, there's fewer and fewer opportunities for finding ways to explore the edges of our world. Kids have a harder time getting employed or, playing, as we just heard. And so what drugs do is they feel like hope. They activate that system to masquerade as something like a promise. And so more and more kids are developing addiction. So if we can prevent addiction, we can benefit mental health. The tendency to use is normal, And addiction is not the fault of something wrong with the brain or something wrong with the person. It's a consequence of being hungry for something that matters. And more kids are hungry and not finding ways to find things that matter. So what we need to do as adults and nations is find ways to ensure and support, especially adolescents, in their need for experiencing these kinds of things. So dopamine leads to all this, and addictive drugs do too. But we can minimize the impact of addictive drugs if we find alternatives, as I've said. And some of those alternatives are the classic ones. But anytime you're with other people, anytime you're doing something challenging and risking, like with sports, like with team events, like with dance or arts or scientific discovery or music or collaboration or hiking, these things also activate dopamine. So the bottom line is the brain will adapt to every single drug that alters its activity by producing the exact opposite state, which is how addiction happens. And those changes really happen in kids. And that leads to this cycle of addiction where it gets worse every generation. And so the effect of addictive drugs on child development are likely to have far-reaching consequences. And so if we want to impact that, our best bet is to give adolescents appropriate developmental challenges to take the place of addictive drugs. Thank you. You can wait.
Yes, thank you very much for that informative presentation, providing us with a deeper understanding of the mechanisms behind addiction, as well as from a neuroscientific point of view. Thank you once again. And now moving on to our second presentation, let's take a look at addiction in a different point of view. How can sports actually have an impact on addiction treatment? Joining us, we have John Rady, Professor of Psychiatry at Harvard Medical School, and we will connect with Professor Rady through the video link. Greetings to you, sir. Can you hear us well?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. When you're ready, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you. And thank you for inviting me. I'm sorry I'm not with you in Korea. I've been there numerous times, and but I miss it. But we want to really look at how I came to really value exercise, sport, movement as a medicine. It came about when I was finishing my training in Boston, and the marathon was big, and everybody was running, and I began to talk about attention deficit disorder. And one of my professors, who was a MacArthur Fellow and a really renowned person, came to me and he said, well, you're talking about ADD, can I see you? And he came and said, look, this is my story. He said, I have been a marathoner all my life, but now I have a bad knee and I have to rehab it. And since then, I got depressed, and I also have developed symptoms of attention deficit disorder. So I treated him for that with some medicine, followed him, and as his rehab continued, he began to be able to run again, which he had not been able to do before. And as he got better at running, the need for medicine dropped away, and he eventually went on his merry way without medicine. And that really sort of cued me in 40 some years ago to the fact that exercise and sport was really medicine, and we should look at it that way. Then some 25 years later, I learned about this school in Naperville, Illinois. It was a subject of a news program because they were focusing on obesity. And this school had a total of 19,000 kids in their district, and all of them had participated in this very revolutionary PE or physical education program where they had physical education every day, and they were moving and measuring, and their whole emphasis was getting people, getting the kids more fit. So the reason why they were highlighted is because only 3% of their kids were overweight, and they couldn't find one child who was obese in their 7,500 kids in their high school. Well, that was one of the points, but the second point was that a year before that, they had taken the TIMSS test, the International Science and Math test, that every country takes every 3 years. They took it as a country. Now, the US always scores in the teen somewhere, and the Asian countries, especially South Korea and Taiwan, are always among the top 3 or 4. Well, they took it as a country. This school did. And they came in #1 in the world in science and #6 in math. So not only were they among the healthiest students in America, but they were among the smartest. And so that got me on an airplane to go out there to see what was going on. And it eventually led to my book, Spark, which really has taken me all over the world and brought me to Korea a number of times. I came first in 2012 and met with your Minister of Education, Lee Ju-ho, who I met with again this past year, but because he was a big proponent of introducing more physical exercise, sport in the school day against all odds, and having a good result. But this time we talked specifically about bullying and the use of more sport and exercise in the school to help decrease this bullying problem and et cetera. But I wrote a whole bunch of books, and including 4 books on attention deficit disorder, which as well as books on how the brain works, et cetera. And the point being is that people with attention problems are twice as likely to develop substance abuse problems or other kinds of abuse problems, like social media, like the internet, which is a huge problem, I know, in Korea, but it's a problem around the world, and it really is an addiction. And it's something that leads to proneness to more worrisome kinds of addictions. So it's something that we have to pay attention to. Well, anyway, this whole experience led me to review over 1,000 papers, and I wrote Spark and talked about how exercise really has 2 big parts to play. One is to help regulate our emotions, our moods, our anxiety, our stress level, and also to promote cognitive functioning. And my book sort of goes into these and looks at our mental health problems: depression, anxiety, ADHD, aging, and addiction, as well as how this promotes us to be better thinkers, better learners, that when we exercise, we change our brains to the point where we are better able to pick up information. Now, this is a slide looking at 20 students who came into the room had their EEG measured and grouped together on the left, your left there, and then they went out for a 20-minute walk, came back in, and had their EEGs measured again, and that's on the right, the compiled EEGs, and you can see that they're different. And what's different is the colors, and the colors indicate more activity. So even in 20 minutes of just walking, sauntering back and forth, not really running or anything like that, but their brains were activated. And this is the whole point of what exercise and sport does. It turns our brains on, because our brains evolved to help us be better movers. And in fact, when we move, we activate more than 70% of our brains because we're using so many of our brain cells when we're moving, when we're playing sport, when we're exercising. And we develop and release a lot of stuff, not just dopamine, but dopamine and norepinephrine and various other neurotransmitters. But one of the main ones is this one called BDNF, or brain-derived neurotropic factor. And this is an amazing evolutionary gift that we have, that when we are using our brain cells, we make more of this stuff. And what does this stuff do? Well, this stuff increases our brain's life. It increases our brain's activity to do what it's supposed to do, that is to grow and prosper. So when we exercise, we have more of this stuff, and that makes our brain ready to take in new information, ready to change. Also helps reduce craving, which is the beginning of all the addictive stuff that we're talking about here, and helps us. It's an antidepressant, so it improves our mood and improves our ability to deal with stressors. All when we move, different parts of the brain are always activated, but the front part of the brain, as Judith sort of mentioned, is always turned on. This is the prefrontal cortex, or the area of the brain that we call the CEO of the brain, where the executive sits. And this is an area that evolved last as we evolved, and it makes us most human. This is where we plan, organize, and initiate, and delay a response. This is the area of the brain that's responsible for putting the brakes on, for stopping us from using drugs or going back to gambling on the internet, or the porn, or spending time playing the video games over and over and over again. We make decisions with this part of the brain, and exercise increases the success of this area of the brain. It makes it better, and because it's always turned on when we're exercising. And this is a cartoon graph of what we're dealing with when we're being driven by impulses, by needs, by craving. We have all this information going up from below in the brain to the top part of the brain, and we need to grow this top part of the brain. It evolve, as we age, as Judith said, we develop more brain stuff to help us deal with it. But with exercise, we train this part of the brain to work better. And when it works better, it works automatically to put the brakes on. And it's a very important part of what we're dealing with. And what we've done in the States is I had a nonprofit that overlooked many, about 7 different programs throughout the United States, using exercise as a primary means of treatment for the addictions. And one of them in particular was the Treehouse recovery out in California, but now in 6 different states, where they really include a very vigorous exercise program in their treatment of people who are addicted to substances or to the internet or to gambling, people that are, but on heroin, all the drugs that were the scourge of many of our big cities in the U.S. But there they, in the Treehouse model, they have intense exercise as a big part of their program. And for up to 3 hours a day of exercise and sprinkled throughout the day, but also the groups and all the other kinds of things too that are used to help people withdraw and recover and go on with a life that's better for them. There's evidence that they have to show that that there's great success if people follow their in the program. Almost 90% of them come out and are sober. That is, they're not using, and versus 50% in other programs that don't use this intense exercise mode. There's a lot of evidence out there. The recent one I just put up today, 2023's review article looking at 43 studies with more than 3,000 participants who used exercise as a way to help treat their addictions, whatever it might be. And overall, there was a reduction or cessation of substance use. And also the studies pointed to improvement in other markers of physical health, as well as a decrease in depressive and anxiety symptoms. And a recent study looking at the effect of exercise, a bout of exercise, a bout of play, a soccer match, or a session on the circuit training to look at whether this impacts the individual's craving, their wish to use alcohol or heroin or opiates or marijuana, and they find that it really put the kibosh on it. It's put the brakes on the craving, and so that, as well as improving the mood, so that there was a real evidence that people really can manage their own lives better with exercise, with sport. And if you have sport going all the time, it's something that everybody participates in, then it's one of the ways of really addressing the problem even before it begins. One of the big problems with exercise is it becomes a habit. With addiction, it becomes a habit. And so we need to be able to change the habit, be able to change the brain's attitude towards whatever the substance or the activity is. And so we see that participating in sport really has, throughout the ages, and certainly throughout the time looking at the effect of sport on addictions, shows that participating in sport really reduces the substance use, substance abuse. And now in Korea, looking at the effect of participating in exercise, in various forms of exercise, and its effect on getting addicted to the internet, which is a real, or smartphone, which is a real big problem throughout the world, and certainly here in Korea and throughout Asia, that it's something that leads to a reduction in functioning, reduction in spontaneity. And one of the things I think is that I know is happening in Korea and other areas of the world is people are not doing as much. They're not participating as much. They're not striving. They're not, and you in Korea are leading the world in problems of having enough kids to being born to look to the positive future. But a part of what's holding us back is this sitting alone and just enjoying ourselves, or feeding our habit, whether it's gaming or gambling or porn or whatever. It's something that we really need to target. And if you have a vibrant physical activity, social program in the schools with sport, with exercise, it's one way to really help deal with that. Now, another issue that is really important is that it is the problem with the kids in the school being unruly, getting into being too aggressive and bullying. And one of the things that we find when we introduce more physical activity, more sport in the school, we see the first thing is a drop in problems with aberrant behavior, problems with aggression. We see that drop, and this was really an amazing finding in an elementary school, just by having the first hour, having the kids run around every morning. They saw almost a 200% drop in bad behavior, in discipline problems. So what happens when we exercise? Well, when we exercise, we're using, as I say, 70% or more of our brain cells. And when we're doing that, we're releasing all kinds of neurotransmitters. I say that a bout of exercise is like taking a little bit of Prozac and a little bit of Ritalin or a little bit of Adderall, because it does the same thing. First thing that gets liberated, gets increased in our brain is norepinephrine, which along with dopamine are very important for our feeling of satiation, our focus, our attention, our ability to be alert and awake. And so we need to have that. And when we exercise, it turns on the mechanism to make us more ready for learning, for life, for what's next. Also, we elevate the levels of serotonin, another very important neurotransmitter that is used in our antidepressants and anti-anxiety and anti-aggressive agents to help put the brakes on. And we do this automatically with exercise. We also increase the levels of the endorphins and the endocannabinoids. Now, these are two neurohormones that are made within us. The endorphins are our body's own morphine. The endocannabinoids are our body's own marijuana factors. So when we exercise, we increase the concentration, the amount of both these substances, which helps regulate our response to pain and our feeling of satiation and well-being. As well, we mentioned before that it increases our BDNF levels, brain-derived neurotropic factors levels that help our brains grow. It's what they're supposed to do. Our brain cells are supposed to constantly be growing to change, because the only way we learn anything is for our brain cells to grow in that information. Also, in the past 15 years, we've been excited by the fact that we're measuring an increase in another factor in the brain called oxytocin, or which is known as the love hormone or the bonding hormone. And when we exercise, we have more of this going on, more of this in our brains to help us be more likely to bond and affiliate with one another and care for one another and be more altruistic. All those characteristics come about in part from having more of this hormone, and exercise causes an increase. Now, throughout history, we've known that exercise improves our mood. In 300 BC, Hippocrates wrote the first medical textbook, and he said, well, if somebody comes in and they're depressed, I tell them, go for a walk. And if they come back and they're still depressed, he says, keep walking, because that's the way to treat a bad mood. And now so many studies have been done, including this seminal study from Duke University Medical School that looked at 100 people who came in to Duke over a 3 or 4 year period who were depressed. And they offered them to be part of the study. None of them were exercisers. And so they put a third in one group that had increasing doses of one of our antidepressants. And another, they started on an exercise program, and another third, they started on both an increase in antidepressant as well as an exercise program. And what they saw after 4 weeks is that all the measures showed that they were undepressed. That in other words, that exercise alone was as good as an antidepressant to treat depression. Now, this has been done again and again over the years, showing that this is the case, that exercise is really good medicine. And this expands to sport for sure. So we need to have our kids as a way of avoiding problems with mood, problems with anxiety, problems with addiction, to get them moving and keep them moving. Get the schools helping them to deal with the problems of our lives today. So what everyone wants to know, what should we do? Well, for substantial benefits, adults should do at least 150 minutes of exercise a week. And for children, it's recommended almost twice as much, so 300 minutes a week of exercise. The more vigorous, the less you have to do, but we need to get a certain amount in to bring about this really effective brain changing. There's a great app that I recommend to people called the 7-minute exercise that you put on your smartphone, and it can guide you through 7 quick minutes of exercise, and it's helpful for people traveling and just to get up and do it. And then there I am in Kyoto, Japan with Dr. Tabata when he had come up with a strategy of high intensity exercise, a 4-minute drill and 30 seconds of very intense exercise, 30 seconds relaxing. And you do that 4 times and you're really turned on for the day. Now, what kind of exercise? Almost any kind of exercise is useful. The aerobic, strength training, balance training, yoga, rhythm, dance. Dance is probably the best exercise you can do. Getting your heart rate up, having to use your brain to get into certain moves, working with the music, working with another person or a group. It's a very complicated procedure. And this is really what the brain thrives on. The brain is a muscle. The more we use it, the better it gets. We're not wearing it out. We're making it better and stronger, just like our muscles. So, and also getting the more we can get outside and do our exercise, the better, because you get so many positives from being outside rather than inside and with others. This is a big component that is often missed when people are talking about exercise and sport, is how important doing it with other people and other kids, other adults is. And you have this big bonus of the oxytocin to help push you towards affiliate with others. And that's why you see this popularity of these exercise groups, of the running groups, of the biking groups, of CrossFit. There's a natural wish to be together with people that you're exercising with, and so that it's something that really supports and offsets our the tendency to be a bully or to take advantage of others. So in closing, it's just the prescription is to do something fun, to get outside and to do it with others, to do the activity so that you get your heart rate up, because your heart rate is a great measure of how much brain stuff you're using. And the more you use your brain, the better it gets. So thank you for letting me talk to you from Boston in the middle of the night. And sorry I'm not there with you. So thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for that impressive presentation. We have explored how sports values can be addressed and analyze addiction, and how sports can be used as a tool for social problems. Professor, thank you once again, and please stay tuned with us for the panel discussion in session 2. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we can take a short break to cool things off a bit. Coffee and refreshments are prepared outside of the lobby, so please do enjoy, and we'll see you back at 4:05. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Dream Together Seoul Forum 2023 is about to begin. We kindly ask all participants to please proceed inside and take your seats. Once again, Dream Together Seoul Forum will be proceeding at 4:05, so please proceed inside and take your seats. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Dream Together Seoul Forum 2023 will be starting just in a moment, so please proceed inside the venue and take your seats. Once again, we will proceed on with our presentation. So those of you outside the lobby, please proceed inside and take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to proceed on with the next session. Please proceed inside and take your seats. Once again, we would like to proceed on with the next proceeding. So please proceed inside the venue, and it would be very nice if you would take your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed on with the next presentation. So those outside the lobby, please proceed inside, and we would like to start as soon as everyone is seated. Once again, we would like to proceed on with the next proceeding. So please step inside and take your seats. Once everyone is seated, we would like to proceed on with the third presentation. Thank you for your cooperation. We would like to proceed on with the next presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed inside and take your seats. And as soon as everyone is seated, we will start our third presentation. Welcome back, everyone, and hope you enjoyed your break. Now, let us move on to our third presentation. Now, it's not just about utilizing the value of sports, but spreading the value of sports is also crucial. Now, since our Dream Together Master Program is all about finding ways for Korea and the world to work together in sports, we want to talk about how we can share the values of sports between countries through ODA projects. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite Tae-Gyun Kim, Professor of Graduate School of International Studies of Seoul National University. Please welcome with a big round of applause.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Tae-Gyun Kim. I'm now the professor of Graduate School of International Studies, in short the GSIS here, SNU, Seoul National University. And also I'm doing like the chair for SNU, Social Responsibility, which is like the sub-organ of SNU headquarters to support the students going abroad with some voluntary work in the developing countries. And also domestically, we are now giving some contributions to, as a mentor, sometimes for the multi-diversity family on marginalized people in South Korea. So in that context, I was working for some of the international organizations such as UNDP and UNICEF, sorry, non-UNICEF, the UNESCO and UNRSD, the located in Switzerland, in Geneva. So the basis of my background, I'm gonna give some very short, speech on how we can see SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, or ESG is kind of current buzzword for companies or the private sector as well as the public sector. And then how we can see the value of sports through the development cooperation or ODA, official development assistance. I think that you're very familiar with the term. So it's kind of the government policy to support some grants-based or the loan-based kind of the project for the developing country in many different sectors, such as the health, education, or the infrastructure basis, and then including nowadays the sports, the relationship. So I will go to basically three major messages I would like to address today. The first one, in many cases, United Nations, highlight the importance of sports. It's kind of fundamental right? The right of access to play or sports is kind of fundamental and universal for everyone in the world. So it's kind of basic right. And then you can go back quite a long time ago, 1978, if I correctly remember, the UNESCO declared, the sports is kind of fundamental right for all. So that's the first thing, but we have to keep developing the idea of right for sports. I think the little bit upgraded version. So today I'm gonna say kind of sports sovereignty for the youth, for the female, like the gender equality, and for other some of the marginalized people in the world. And the second point is like how we can see ESG. I think in companies as well as the public sector, I already mentioned, so the university, for example, how we can utilize all the, develop the idea of the contribution or the, devotion of the university through the academic work and through the academic partnership with the local communities, even in the global society. So in that, the respect, we can see the cross-cutting issue should be connected to sport. So sports is like cross-cutting, which could be connected or applicable to all different sector projects. So through the ODA or through the university partnership, through the company in the name of ESG, we have to regard the sports as cross-cutting basis and platform, which could be interconnected with other the goals and the project. So I will start. So actually we are now behind the schedule quite severely. So I will finish up my talk as soon as possible. So maybe within the 10 minutes. We are now living under the very dramatically changing global society. If you look at the landscape of the current international politics, many wars, right, in Ukraine and now in the Gaza district. And also we had the pandemic, and then we also kind of the severe, the situation of refugee crisis in many places. So we needed finance more funding to support the refugees or other victims affected by the wars through the humanitarian assistance. So we need more the development financing, such as ODA. But many countries, as a member of OECD DAC, DAC means the Development Assistance Committee. That's one of the committees of OECD. So it's advanced group as donor countries. They had some kind of economic shock, inside their territory. So that's why they try to stabilize or reduce the scale of the ODA for next year. But only South Korea is unique and the exception. We decided to increase the budget for 2024 ODA very dramatically. So almost like the 40% we increased. So how we can use the huge budget for ODA, next the fiscal year 2024. So I think it's a high time and a good time. I think the DTM student or the professors in DTM program to ask our South Korean government like KOICA and the Exim Bank, some portion of the increased budget for ODA should be allocated to the sports related project. Okay, so in that sense, I will highlight some of the positive values of sports for SDGs and ESG. I think you all very familiar with the term, the SDG, right? The Sustainable Development Goals. So before SDG, we had the MDG. So MDG had 7, 8 different goals. Now we have, in the name of SDGs, how many goals? 17 goals and 169 targets and 230 something like global indicators. So if you look at if you try to find exactly goal or target is clearly mentioning sports, it's very hard to find out. But you can see some of the connections on the basis of the positive values of sports. I think all different goals, all different target is kind of candidates, right, for the better collaboration with the sport. So for example, goal 3, the health, life, and the promote well-being, and the goal 4 is inclusive and quality education, and goal 5 like gender equality, and goal 11 the cities like sustainable city or community, and goal 16 is like accountability or peace and justice and rule of law, some kind of institutional reform, and then finally goal 17 is kind of global partnership. You can invite many different multi-stakeholders in the name of the SDG implementation or by using some of the sports games and sports the project. So what I'm trying to say in the first slide, you have to understand sports has very the potential, high potential as cross-cutting value, as cross-cutting element in order to achieve SDGs. So you can try to stretch out or outreach the value of sports to each different goal of SDG. That's I think very important, like the tactics as well as strategy approach for the connection, positive connection between SDG and sports. And then this is one of the examples how we can see some of the positive relationship between the SDG and some sports like the project. So UNDESA is one of the headquarters of the UN, the United Nations in New York. So the UNDESA made a kind of the addressing climate change through sports. So it's quite related to number 3, good health and well-being, and number 13. And also, if you look at I think 2 years ago, the UN, the past kind of framework. The name of the framework is what is that? Sports for Climate Action Framework. And then with that framework, the all sports like clubs and the football club, they try to sign up with the UN in order to achieve those goals stipulated by that framework. So now, if you look at some of the sports for climate action, so many different the associations and clubs they joined. So for example, if you look at on the left side in the taekwondo and judo, they also joined as I already mentioned, the sports for climate action framework initiated by the United Nations. And then also, if you look at the bottom on the left, that's Arsenal. So the British football club also joined, and the ice hockey and swimming and the skiing. So all different sports is now the member of that framework, and they agree with how to achieve the SDG through the sports as well as the climate change actions. Okay, so let me move on very quickly. So I just very briefly, introduce what is the SDGs and how we can perceive the importance of the sports value for the implementation of SDGs. So now move on the ESG. So I think the ESG is quite popularized the term in nowadays. So I think that you can understand what the meaning of the ESG. E means the environmental, S means the social, and G means the governance. So how we can apply the the positive values of sports for ESG. I think the first pillar, the environmental, so we can just apply the sports for climate action framework, as I already explained for now. So that framework could be connected, good example for the first pillar of the ESG, that's the environmental. And the second pillar is the social. So social means human rights protection, and the health and safety of the workers in the company. So it's a quite important pillar of the ESG in maintaining some leadership and then the production line of the private companies. But sports is quite a little bit different. So how we can see the connection between the social pillar and sports? I think one of the examples is already mentioned on the bottom, the inclusion, diversity, and action plan. So it's quite equal and universal. So no races, no language and history. So those equal opportunity should be guaranteed by sports game and sports club. So that point could be one of the good elements for the social pillar, and the anti-discrimination policy as well, and the code of conduct. So some of the ethical code could be recalculate or categorize as a social part of the ESG in the case of sports. And the final governance is apply best practices and transparency accountability. So all the process of decision making in a sports club should be transparent, should be accountable. So the two keywords should be regarded as very important, kind of standard in the making all the procedure, more transparent, more accountable in the case of sport. Okay, so let me move on some of the current trends of the international development, particularly initiated by the UN. So actually 3 different the trends we can see. The first one, integrated approach. I didn't make that slide for the explaining, but you have to understand what is the meaning of integrated approach. So if you see the first slide, so many different goals in the case of SDG, right? So number 3 is not always silo. It could be connected to the other goals, right? So we can just find some the overlapped or the interconnected part between the goal 3 or goal 4 or the other goals. So that is a basic idea. We have to integrate 2 or 3 different goals of the SDGs in order to achieve the total the amount of our roadmap to the 2030. So sports could be kind of help or the bridger inviting goal 3, goal 4, goal 5 all together. I think best example is HDP Nexus. I think some of you are very familiar with that term. Humanitarian development, peace nexus. So humanitarian assistance and development cooperation and peace building should be and could be connected and integrated. So we cannot do just one single sector anymore. It's quite complicated, and then we just living under the poly-crisis or multi-crisis. So the food crisis is very easily connected in the environmental crisis and the land crisis and final development crisis. So that's why the sports should be adapting some of the integrated approach as well. So that's why I'm going to highlight the integrated approach first, and the second is this slide, the localization. So more the empowerment and the more powerful the sources or the governance or the ownership should be given to local community. So localizing SDG, ESG through sports. This is another keyword in nowadays, especially international community for development cooperation. So the more money or more funding should be given to local leaders. So it's kind of ownership, not through the local government. So directly we can support some of the local community. So for example, budget support, or the cash support, cash supply, not through the government, of the local, the government, like the Lisbon government, just directly to the local community. Anyway, so localized principle of UN is now very important, like the model for every single project, designed by South Korean case like KOICA or JICA in Japan or USAID in US as well. So on the right side, there's the USAID, kind of brochure explaining why and how we can just use the localization principle for ODA implementation. So the connected to the sports, that's the second part of the slide. So we can establish sports clubs that are rooted in the local communities and cooperating with the local residents, businesses, and government in order to promote the sports and community development. So the sports is kind of the I think they're a very good source for connecting all different stakeholders in this community. So sometimes the residents, individual, business, private sector, and government. So it's kind of holistic approach to connect all the multi-stakeholder, and then we can just achieve one single goal for whole the community, which could be affected by our support. And then the other point is related to positive circulation for the localization of SDG. I think that you can look at the sports club and the companies exist to serve society. So we can divide some the time span for the outcomes and output and impact. I think you already took some courses like M&E, monitoring evaluation for ODA implementation. So in the short term outcome. So you have to consider this is the main output. So if you just implement like the sports board game for the refugee, the very young generation. So you can just count out how many the refugee participate in the sports like the board game project. So that could be the very short term the output you can calculate. But you have to consider also the long-term impact of your engagement. So how, for example, 100 refugee girls and boys, they participate in the board game like the soccer, but they just grow up, right, in 20 years. So they probably out of the refugee camp and they just return to their countries, and then they can find the decent work and there's some very nice jobs, and then they can finally contribute some economic growth for their own countries. That is kind of long-term impact for society as a whole. So you may consider why the localization principle is so important, critical. We can just make some the long-term roadmap from the short term through the midterm and finally the longer term, right? For the longer term impact on society or social development. Okay, the trend is resilience. So the resilience means its kind of ability to return to normalcy after a period of pressure. So pressure means like sometimes a pandemic, health crisis, or the disaster, like the natural crisis, or some of the social conflict and the war. So many different sources we can just identify as the pressure against your normal life. But you just come back, right, from the abnormal situation to normal life circle. So how we can use the sports for the source of or platform for the high level of resilience. So you can just make the democratic resilience or environmental resilience, because resilience has many different aspects of the pressures and the stresses. So you can just put more weight on the sports. Maybe you can just make another new term, I think the sports resilience. So sports could be utilized or playing as a very significant role for the local community to do something like the resilience for themselves. So that's why there's just a highlight in the second part, that's initiating the virtual circle for resilience for, through the sport. So sports making some of the physical activity and global health development, it could be related to the another one, the more macroscopic, like the level, that's environmental development, finally ending poverty. So you can, once again, localization and the resilience and integrated approach. So we want to look at the final outcome, impact, effect of your effort by using the sports. So what is your long-term plan? You have to decide. So the end of poverty or the growth level or GDP growth. So I think that you have, your country has some kind of national plan, right? Maybe 5 years or 3 years. So on the basis of that plan, you can just using sports as a very good tool. It's kind of practical tool. Okay, so, but finally, it's kind of the warning to everyone, including me, some caveats. So regulating risk of the ESG washing or so-called sometimes greenwashing. So the meaning of the ESG washing or greenwashing is like here. The misleading marketing tactic that companies use to lure in environmentally conscious customers, just like you in here, despite their products or services being anything but. So they disguise the product. So it's quite the environmentally, the good or the eco-friendly product, but you can just advertise your own product just like that. But in reality, it's not. It's quite the opposite, right? The side of the impact on the environmental protection. So that's why it's kind of washing through the ESG, washing the company product through the green something. So it's very high, kind of problematic situation. In, I think, every single corner of the world, especially advanced economy. So I'm going to just taking just one example. That's the second part of this slide. So if you look at the Volkswagen, this is case of the Volkswagen, the German car industry company, and the Super Bowl. So back in 2009, I'm going to read it. The Volkswagen launched a wide-reaching marketing campaign to promote its clean diesel cars in one prime time the Super Bowl in a commercial. So they used Super Bowl commercial, right? Using sports game in order to publicize the product. This is quite eco-friendly. All right. So, but if you look at this automaker, touted a drastic reduction in the tailpipe emissions of each new Volkswagen and then Audi model. So it sounds great. So the customer, as customer, is eco-friendly, so why not? We can buy it, right? But that's the prime time, the Super Bowl game, right? As a commercial, that's the problem. All right, so finally, the US Environmental Protection Agency discovered this Volkswagen had installed software allowing it to cheat emission test for 11 million of its vehicle. So it's kind of the violence. And then also some of the cheating, by using some sports game, also the public image of ESG. So they got a kind of another nickname. There's Volkswagen, not Volkswagen. On the right side, you can see the photo. So we can just criticize this kind of the greenwashing is Dieselgate scandal. So this is one of just the examples. I mean, in understanding what is the risk of the ESG as well as the greenwashing. So we have to pay attention to how we can control or regulate this kind of violation of the key value or original value of ESG in the sector of the sports. All right, so the last slide. I'm going to introduce the alternative indicators beyond ESG, the washing or greenwashing. So United Nations Research Institute for Social Development, as I worked before for this institution, is located in Geneva. So they got the initiative and they finally published this kind of the indicator. The name is the Sustainable Development Performance Indicators, in short, the SDPI. So they made kind of two different tiers, first tier and second tier. So in order to embrace all different type of companies, for example, the social economies or social solidarity for economies. It's like the alternative pattern of the economic association companies, right? And also the think tank, also in the fair trade association. So we can just measure how the alternative companies beyond like some of the transnational companies or the private profit the maximizing companies. So SSE or the fair trade is now the biggest guest customer for USAID Sustainable Development Performance Indicators. So if you have the further time, I'm going to do some in detail explain what is all about the SDPI and how we can use that. It's quite useful. So please, if you have the extra time, just go to the website of RISD and then just Google what is the key indicators we can use for the the ESG performances. For the case of the SSE and then the general kind of the model of private sector, as well as finally the alternative kind of trade fair trade association as well. Okay, so just a very quick wrap up from the SDG and ESG, and then how we can see the importance or the value of sports to implement, achieve, and finally evaluate the SDG and ESG. And the one thing should be always like we keep that in mind. That's the washing mechanism, like as kind of side effect of the highlight, overemphasis on the positive impact of SDG and ESG. Okay, I will stop here. Thank you for listening.
Yes, thank you very much for sharing your valuable insights with us on how to share positive impact on sports values between countries through ODA projects. Thank you once again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the final fourth presentation. How can we share something that we cannot see or touch? Now, spreading the intangible value of sports value is a very challenging task. So today we want to explore the clues by examining cases where an intangible value immigration has been effectively shared. So this time we have the privilege of hearing from Ms. Rohini Kapadath, who serves as the General Manager of the Immigration Museums of Victoria and the Director of the International Women's Federation of Commerce and Industry, who has successfully shared the intangible value of immigration. First, let's take a look at the video clip.
Revitalising Melbourne's Turning Circle Precinct, a community-led pilot project. Melbourne's Turning Circle Precinct is bound by Collins, Queens and Williams Streets, along with the Birrarung, or Yarra River. It has a significant First Nations history and also includes many historic buildings. Today, it has a diverse mix of uses, including apartments, hotels, businesses, creatives and cultural institutions. The Neighbourhood Circle is a pre-existing group built on relationships within this precinct. Its main objective is to revitalise and activate the local community, especially after the pandemic. Committee for Melbourne's Future Focus Group, an emerging civic leaders program, partnered with the Turning Circle Collective Immigration Museum and Neighbourhood Circle on a pilot project. A community-led governance model was developed with the establishment of the Executive and Sustainability Committee as the decision-making body, consisting of representatives from organisations and neighbours. The group also developed a communication plan, launched a website, organised historical walking tours and created online surveys, the results of which will inform strategic planning and future programming for the precinct. The 5 major priorities for the precinct, highlighted by respondents, were green spaces promoting creativity, improving safety and cleanliness, and protecting the heritage of the area. With the new Future Focus Group cohort committed through to 2024, the launch of Neighbourhood Circle Nights in August and September, and the development of a partnerships model to further strengthen the governance structure, the future is very much bright for the Neighbourhood Circle and the Turning Circle precinct.
And now let us connect with Ms. Rohini Kavdath through the video link. Greetings.
Greetings from Melbourne.
Can you hear me well?
I can. Yes, I can.
Thank you. Now, can you proceed with your presentation?
Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon, everybody, ladies, gentlemen, esteemed guests, and fellow dreamers. My name is Rohini Kavdath, and I'm the General Manager of Immigration Museum. I'm really honored to be here with you, and I'm so sorry that I'm not there in person, but I'm honored to share with you the transformative vision and work of Melbourne's Immigration Museum as a global exemplar of social responsibility in action. But before that, may I begin also by acknowledging the traditional owners of the lands that I'm speaking to you from, the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung people of the Eastern Kulin Nations. So my talk today is about the values that drive our work here at Immigration Museum. Since opening at the Old Customs House in 1998, the Immigration Museum has welcomed more than 2 million visitors, worked with more than 250 community organizations to highlight the city's origins and share stories of those who have migrated here and the positive influences that they have had in cultivating a rich and multicultural city. With over 220 languages spoken, Melbourne includes people from all over the world, making the creative and cultural work produced here intrinsically diverse, contemporary, and international. We believe that today's museums and historic sites are more than places to preserve the art, artifacts, and memories of the past. Museums house the cultural soul of a nation. In fact, they are mirrors of a society, reflecting our ever-evolving values and identity. They are the new town square where diverse members of the community can come together and consider collective aspirations and the big questions and issues of our times against the backdrop of culture, history, and current affairs. I think museums are most effective when they are rooted in their societies, when they grow from their communities and are able to provide visions for their future. At Immigration Museum, we hold the view that for museums to retain their relevance and become positive partners in the development of our societies, they must use their unique resources and potentials to become responsive to social, urban, and environmental change. And this is what the museum has been doing for 25 years. But before we delve further into the inspiring journey of the Immigration Museum, I would like to first acknowledge the remarkable example being set here by KSPO and with its Sports Value Center. In a world where sports has transcended borders and become a universal language, we must recognize the power they hold to foster cultural diplomacy. May I acknowledge Hyun-jae Cho, President of KSPO, and Jun Ho Kang, the Director of Dream Together Master's Program, for their vision and their exemplary execution. International sports events serve as catalysts for cultural exchange, cross-border business and diplomacy, forging stronger international relations and opening doors to convey the essence of Korean culture and identity to a global audience. Like museums, sporting institutions can play a pivotal role in fostering social cohesion, uniting people across age, gender, and socioeconomic boundaries. The promotion of gender equality through sports is a notable achievement, empowering women and men alike. And the achievement of Korean women and men in golf is particularly noteworthy. But beyond the medals and records and championships, sports embody the unbreakable spirit of human achievement, and they hold the power to drive social change, promote diversity, and usher in a brighter future for all. So again, congratulations to the team at KSPO. Now allow me to shift our focus to the work at the Immigration Museum. As General Manager of this institution, I have the privilege to every day to play a role as a champion of cultural diversity and the intrinsic values of multiculturalism that stem from immigration. First, I'd like to share also how the museum's neighborhood circle has, and we just heard about sustainable development goals and about making cities inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. And this initiative is certainly one that meets the Sustainable Goal 11. In the videos that you saw earlier, you would have seen that work being done by the museum. So the Immigration Museum was established within the old customs house on the banks of the Birrarung, the River Yarra. And this is the old customs house in the 1800s. The former administrative center of immigration and trade carries great historical significance and complexity. This site has served as a sanctuary for countless of voices that have journeyed to Australia's shores via ships, bringing with them unique stories and perspectives. It reminds us of the beauty in our differences and the strength that we derive from inclusion. Over the years, we've been engaging with diverse communities and creative practitioners to produce powerful opportunities for social interaction, empathy, and debate around what connects us all as humans. And in fact, our museum's vision, which I have got up here on the screen for you, people connected to our shared humanity and embracing diversity for a just future. It is the beating heart of the museum's work, and it informs all of our work and drives the culture of our organization. This vision is more important today than ever before. One of our permanent exhibitions, Identity, Yours, Mine, and Ours, ignites a conversation about what it means to be Australian in a complex, culturally diverse society. Through our exhibitions, the museum doesn't just highlight the rich cultural heritage of various immigrant communities, but it also emphasizes universal human themes of resilience, hope, and the pursuit of a better life. Exhibitions like Love, Becoming You, Our Bodies, Our Voices, Our Marks, and now the much anticipated opening of Joy, they all focus on themes that unite us as humans. In 27, Game Changers, Diversity in Football, this exhibition exemplified how cultural and gender diversity are transforming the world of sport in breaking down national and ethnic barriers. It showcased the stories of athletes like Lin Jong, the first Australian of East Timorese and Taiwanese descent to play in the AFL, and South African-born Jason Johannesson. The exhibition also highlighted the achievements of Eleni Glufthis, the first female Australian rules football field umpire. This exhibition reveals again the transformative power of sports in combating gender stereotypes. These are just some of the kinds of exhibitions we have hosted at our museum over time. Education programs offered by Immigration Museum engage schools, students, and educators. They go beyond the classroom, instilling the values of inclusion and respect in young minds. The museum's education programming aims to inspire students to think deeply about their place in the world, encouraging them to connect with their heritage and understand that they are part of something greater. So now the next few slides show you that community engagement is indeed at the heart of Immigration Museum's mission. It's all about social cohesion, building community connectedness, a sense of safety, of hope, of belonging, and empathy and understanding. Over the years, the museum has celebrated various festivals in Melbourne for Melbourne's diverse communities. The African Music and Cultural Festival is a signature event in our annual calendar, as is Diwali, the Festival of Lights, Lunar New Year, the Iftar dinner at the museum during Ramadan, and you see that picture there of people sitting around a table, breaking bread together, which is always a most wonderful, wonderful event in our calendar. The Colombian Carnival, and so much more. These images offer insight into the daily life of the museum and ways in which our public programs engage our communities and our visitors. This year, we also started Wellbeing Within, which is a weekly Wednesday reset in response to the need to serve returning workers to the city and offering incentives for them to return to the city. You know, as you all know, Melbourne was the most locked down city in the world during COVID, and it has suffered tremendously in terms of its overall life and vibe. So the city council has been very actively engaged in revitalizing the city and has given grants, for example, to many organizations. So this program is very much about bringing that life back and in response to the City of Melbourne's needs. The community gallery is also an integral part of the Immigration Museum. And since its inception, it's a unique space for collaboration between exhibition developments, curators of the migration collection, and communities. The ethos is about giving agency back to the community. So it is their voice that holds the narrative, not only the museums. And I think this is a very important point. Furthermore, the museum conducts valuable research and documentation to preserve the history and contributions of immigrant communities. By making this information accessible to the public, it not only preserves cultural heritage, but also allows the wider community to appreciate the wealth that diversity brings to our society. So the Immigration Museum's initiatives extend well beyond our physical walls, and we actively advocate for policies supporting immigrant communities and human rights. By raising awareness about the challenges immigrants face and advocating for their rights, the museum contributes to a more just and inclusive society. One of the most powerful exhibitions hosted by the museum was They Cannot Take the Sky, Stories from Detention. And this exhibition illustrated that giving people the opportunity to tell their stories exposes their humanity and enriches our world. It is those human stories that allow humanity to be revealed, and the museum plays a pivotal role in providing individuals in our community the space to tell their stories. So we go back to our vision, and this is a place of inspiration, hope, and healing. But our vision in the geopolitical context of today has never been more vital to preserve and uphold. Allow me also to share briefly about an innovative initiative, which is part of our post-COVID plan, was all about building a sense of neighborhood in the city, and founded as a collaboration between Immigration Museum and our neighbors. This has become something that has become a distinctive feature of our neighborhood and our museum. And here as well, and this initiative has been recognized as well by our leading publications as being vital to the way in which Melbourne's future is being shaped. And we worked with, it all started by bringing our neighbors together to cultivate the museum's garden boxes. From little things, big things have grown, and diverse groups of neighbors who did not know each other have started to now look after each other and their elderly parents. It's been all about cultivating community. An innovative model of community engagement lies at the heart of all we do. What we learned from all of this this initiative was that people wanted to stay connected. Human beings are hardwired to connect. We also found that it supported the ethos that everyone has the right to live in a great place, and more importantly, everyone has the right to contribute to making the place where they live, where they are already, great. What we also learned was that place-based planning is effective and it fosters a sense of community, and that community partnerships were key to successful neighborhood planning. Initiatives like the museum's neighborhood circle not only supports the immediate neighborhood and drives social cohesion, but it also strengthens the government's plan to build 20-minute neighborhoods, which embed a whole of government approach to living locally. And 20-minute neighborhoods in the CBD, which is the central business district, are creating more livable places where neighbors can think and act locally to resolve local and global challenges. Importantly, they form part of our social history and contribute to our individual identity while encouraging us to live sustainably. And here's just an example, just to show you how our journey took place. A place-based planning approach also aims to reconnect planning, infrastructure, and service decision-making with the needs of the community at a local level. So recently, through August and September, neighborhood circle nights, and here you see, one example of that, delivered a diverse program, including digital stories from the neighborhood, workshops, walking tours, pop-up markets, food, music, film showings, book launches, music and entertainment. It was an absolute hive of activity, supported again through the City of Melbourne, our City Council's Dawn to Dusk grant. It was developed and implemented with numerous precinct partners, all of our neighborhood. And it was the first sustained activation developed through the neighborhood circle, and it was held over 8 nights in August and September, weekly, every Thursday. So as we move to concluding this presentation, I'd like to say that our ways of working reflects the thinking of Jane Jacobs, a leading mind in urban revitalization, that cities have the capability of providing something for everybody only because and only when they are created by everybody. Our ethos is very much about of, by, and for all. Meanwhile, our precinct is undergoing a transformation. As you can see in that red circle there, the museum is there at the bottom. We've got our neighbors behind us, and we've got this big building that has only been developed in the last 2 to 3 years. So our precinct is transforming, but we have a voice in shaping the future of our rapidly transforming precinct. We have a voice in all of these decisions by the City Council. There is a significant, so what lies ahead? We think there's a significant untapped potential to better engage with sports as a means to improving Australia-Korea business, culture, government, and people-to-people relations. This is definitely a time to take hold of these opportunities. And I hope that our institutions serve as beacons of hope and inspiration, igniting the flame of social responsibility, diversity, and inclusion across the globe. So it is time for us to dream together, to aspire for a world where sports and culture are the bridges that unite us, where diversity is celebrated as our greatest asset, and where we recognize the power of intangible values like belonging, like connectedness, like acceptance, like equity, fairness, inclusion, community connectedness that can truly change the world. So together, let us turn our dreams into reality, inspire others, create a legacy that will be remembered and cherished by generations to come. So on that note, I'd like to thank you for having me here at this forum. I appreciate it very much, and may the bonds of cultural and sports diplomacy propel us towards a future filled with hope, unity, and understanding. Once again, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much for sharing your insightful presentation with us, shedding light on these strategies and case studies of the successful sharing of the intangible value. And Professor, please stay with us for the next proceeding. And now we will proceed on with the second session, the panel discussion. As I introduce our esteemed panelists as well as our moderator, please proceed up to the stage and take your seats. First, we have Ms. Hyung-ji Park, the Executive Director of UNICEF Korea. And next, Judith Grisel, a Professor of Psychology at Bucknell University. And participating through a video link, we are honored to have John Rady, Professor of Psychiatry from Harvard Medical School, and Ms. Rorini Kapitath, the General Manager of the Immigration Museums of Victoria. Would you like to connect? Yes. Can you hear us?
Yep.
Yes, I can.
Great. Okay, thank you for participating. And next, representing the Dream Together Master's Program graduates, we have Sarah Muamen Aldelsami from Egypt and Sevara Gobinath from Sri Lanka. And last but not least, our moderator, Professor So Young Kwon of Global Affairs at George Mason University here in Korea. Thank you. Please give a big hand. And moderator, I would like to hand over the mic.
Good afternoon. I guess it's been delayed for so long. So I will skip the introduction part of each presenter and speaker here. But we do have two graduates who joined us to facilitate our discussion, so I really welcome you. Thank you very much for your role. Well, I think sports is considered as a multi-versatile and cost-efficient tool, and we've heard about it multiple times. But I think today's presentation definitely showcased how sports can help solving some social problems, but also it's helping us to spread the very important value to different generations and to all walks of life. So I was really, really fascinated by this session, and especially the 4 wonderful papers that were presented, and as well as the keynote speech. That was really a highlight of my day today. Well, I would like to ask some pre-selected question rather than opening up to the audience. I have some selected questions that I received, which were addressed to presenters. However, because of the time limit, I just can't cover all questions, so I will have the privilege of selecting a few questions that seems to be very important and significant. So let's consider this as an encore performance of the presenters, giving some more thoughts about the questions that we have. So I would like to first ask to our Secretary General of the UNICEF of Korea. I was really intrigued by all the programs, diverse program utilizing sports by UNICEF in the world. And you gave us some examples of what they're doing and what kind of effect and impact it's bringing. I was more interested in the program, UNICEF Korea program. And you did mention about child-friendly city program. But just briefly, is there any sports-related program conducted by UNICEF Korea, and whether you have partnership with sports organization to devise certain programs utilizing sports in the local context?
That's a really great question. Thank you. We do a lot of, so one of the things that I think a previous presenter said is that Korea has moved from an aid receiving country to an aid granting country. So most of the work that we do is to send funds to overseas children in greatest need. But we do collaborate on a number of programs, primarily focused in terms of playgrounds and play and sport. I would say that it's primarily focused on child-friendly cities. So we work together with child-friendly cities. As I mentioned, Siung has special playgrounds. We work in collaboration with all our child-friendly cities, we work with them in creating programs that include children's voices and participation. So most of them fall within that purview.
Thank you. I think sport-based events for children and youth can come in different forms. It does not have to be necessarily sports, but it can be games, or it can be physical activities. So in that sense, I think providing child-friendly city and the playground that's specifically designed by children was a very, very, very interesting initiative. Thank you. I think in Egypt, there are international organizations such as UNICEF is very active. I heard. So I would like to pass over to Ms. Adel Sami, Sarah, to ask any question to the Secretary General. I'm sure you do have some questions following her talks.
Yeah, actually I have a lot of questions, but that maybe it's my first time to hear more about how UNICEF they are using sport actually in order to like improve the other's life, especially for kids, especially for refugees, because I'm into this topic specifically, and you will find that in my presentation later on. So actually I was wondering what standards or goal UNICEF is pursuing in order or in terms of educational support.
Also a great question. Because, I mean, obviously UNICEF is not a sports organization. We are a children's rights and children's welfare and children advocacy organization. And so, as you can see from the examples that I gave earlier, all of our programs are sort of linked together. They're very holistic. So when we support education, we sometimes provide educational materials. Sometimes we work together to create, for example, UNICEF Korea is working together in Vietnam to create a music curriculum. We've worked on it for 7 years, and it will actually be adopted by the public school system next year, after 7 years. When I was in Laos last week, we provide very remote villages with these UNICEF educational boxes that provide a full curriculum with sort of around 20 students worth of materials for a grade level. So we do a lot of work. I mean, we do a lot of work with not only education, but health and sanitation and nutrition and environment and climate, right? I mean, all of these issues. And so we look at or unexploded ordinances. I mean, in some ways, we look at many, many things the world over that is needed for children's welfare. And when it comes to sport, we find that it's very integrated into our education and other kinds of programs. So I would say that we take a holistic approach to children's well-being that very much includes sport in the examples I gave earlier, but education is definitely a big package that always is a main feature of our programs.
Thank you, Secretary General. I think that was really, really interesting and inspiring way of looking at how children's right to play can be encouraged and helped and supported by organizations. I always wanted to practice right to play by encouraging my children to play, but they don't have friends to play with in Korea because they're all busy studying, so I guess the environment is also important. Dr. Grizzle and Dr. Rady, I think it's really late night for you or early morning, so I feel very sorry that you have to be awake, especially Dr. Rady, to participate in this discussion. I'm very grateful. I think my next question is really to both of you, since we heard a lot about addiction and how sports can help overcoming the problems of drugs, addiction to any sort of venues like media, to games, especially for youth. So I guess my first question is for Dr. Grizzle. We saw a short video of Professor Choi Jae-chun, a biologist, who talks about the concerns that the temperamental traits of Korean, we tend to be very fast, aggressive, and we have to do everything quick. And that sort of can lead to greater seriousness with drug problems or addiction problems. Do you agree? Do you have anything that's related to this, whether there's an impact of this temperamental characteristic or traits? Maybe culture can affect the seriousness or environment. So does it mean that genes are there for us to be more likely to be addicted?
Yeah, thank you for the excellent question. Certainly, genetic factors have a big impact. There may be half of the risk. So if we look at individuals and we wonder, how did they get this way? They come into the world with significant differences in risk or protective factors. But there's also all kinds of environmental issues, as we've talked about all day. I think, though, that recognizing the kind of important, vulnerable, and also resilient period of adolescence is the key here, because we can see that even though you come in with a certain risk and the environment is maybe increasingly incendiary, we also can see that kids are hungry for ways of expressing, having, engaging with other people, for being outside. So I do think that the kind of broad sweep that we've taken through economics and sports, but also just playing and culture, all of these factors together, I think, should be mobilized to provide kids with ways through their genetic liabilities or other kinds of liabilities that we have. We have to recognize those liabilities, but then the most important thing is to protect child development.
Yes. I would like to go to Mr. Gopinath. Your home country is Sri Lanka, and
Yeah.
I'm sure there's an effort to resolve addiction problems as well. Do you have anything you would like to address to Dr. Grizzle?
Yeah, absolutely. When I was schooling, actually, we didn't even hear the name of drugs. It's 20 years back. But now what is happening in Sri Lanka is many of the students, they are addicted to drugs. Like the younger generations, even this less than even 10 years old kids as well. So we don't know that how it is going around. Like when we look at the statistics of this year, the United Nations Office for Drugs and Crimes, they have mentioned that so 45,000 the people are like addicted to heroin, and 600,000 of people are addicted to the cannabis only in Sri Lanka. So, but education level in Sri Lanka is very high. It's almost close to the 100%. All the primary educations are level. So, well, I attended the one conference in the United Nations Office for Drugs and Crime in Vienna in last June. So, at the time, I happened to read your bestseller book, Never Enough. It was very much impressed to me that the brain reaction of psychotropic drugs and the mechanism it's different for different types. And it gave me a lot of insights about the mechanisms that you have developed in your book. So, but the thing is, in addition to the drugs, as a person, I am a single point of contact for the manipulation of competitions. So we are dealing with these gamblings and the bettings departments. So if you look at now the current generations, they are always addicted to the gamings, video games, so those kind of things. So can you explain a little bit that how sports can be a vehicle or a mechanism or as a treatment of the gamblings?
That's an excellent question, and I'm so sympathetic. I think that if there's any country left that feels like they might be immune to addiction, it's won't be long, and I'm sorry about that. I didn't get to say it in the book, but certainly the mechanisms for drug use and gambling are the same. Think of the dopamine pathway and the idea of promise or chance or possibility. That's what we crave, and gambling is a really direct route to that, unfortunately. So it's extremely addictive, and to a less degree, all of the online stuff. Just scrolling through TikTok or something is a way to activate that system. And the bottom line is that people are self-medicating. I think the way we can tell the difference between, or what characterizes addiction at its base is a sense of alienation and aloneness. So we are with our drug or our machine or whatever it is we're with, and we are trying to medicate something that is increasingly impossible to medicate. What sports and community and culture and diversity and arts and play do is bring us together. And so in that way, there are clear antidotes to this. But I do think we have to, we're up against a lot because the drugs are so potent. So we need to invest, as we heard earlier, as much as possible, as broadly as possible, especially in young people. Thank you.
Thank you both for an excellent question and a great answer. Dr. Rady, I was intrigued by your treehouse treatment, which is conducted as addiction rehabilitation treatment through exercise. And I was looking at the list of sports, and it seems like it's a pretty intense physical activities that are used for treating the problem. I was more intrigued about the preventive aspect of solving addiction problem. Like, does it still require intense physical activities, or it can be something light, just like walking? Is it enough to prevent addiction?
No, the treehouse is about dealing with someone who's addicted to substances or the media in a big way. So that's why they have that intense program set up. But no, if you look at the yoga or walking or sport in general, they are good ways of preventing the addiction from taking root. And it's a big problem. I mean, it's a, all of us are addicted to our cell phones, and that's the beginning of like soothing ourselves and being able to deal with any kind of distress that we might have, is to check it out on the cell phone or check in, or you get your dopamine rush that way. And so that's the beginning. So we were all very vulnerable. And I think the hope is that we can have some kind of program through the schools that you can have an exercise in the schools to show people that the joy of movement is there, and they need to grasp it and use that instead of their TikTok addiction.
To follow up on that, I mean, we have many sports people in the audience and people who practice sports. And I was looking at the intensive physical activities, and it's like sort of wonder, with all that substance coming from doing sports, can you get addicted to sports or exercises?
Oh, sure you can. Sure you can. I mean, but it's putting the emphasis on the unusual. It's not like there's a huge percentage of people who get addicted to sport, but it does happen. It's more important that for the general population just to find the kind of sport that they will come back to. That's why something fun, something with others, something outside is so preferable, because all those things will encourage people to come back and do it again and again and again. The biggest problem in sport or in exercise is people staying with it. You can get started, but how do you stay with it? You stay with it by paying attention to how you feel after you've had a bout of exercise or a soccer match or something where you participate, and how much better you feel that day and how much better you do that day with your life. It's a very big problem. People at the coming up January 1st, everybody will make a resolution to exercise more. But you have to put into place something that you would do, and also be aware of how its effect is on you today or the day that you do it. Not the biggest problem with continuing the exercise is making plans for the future, like, oh, I'm going to lose so much weight, or I'm going to get buff, or I'm going to, overcome this or that. But it's the real essence of success of coming back to exercise or sport is to realize how much better you feel once you've done it, because you've changed your mood, you've changed your the whole fabric of your brain is different, and it's something that we need to celebrate and be aware of, so that in a sense is a real motivating factor.
Thank you. So I guess moderate level of exercise and sports will be healthy, not too much. I have a sportsman in my family, and they seem happy all the time. So I guess definitely exercise does good for your emotion and controlling your stress. Finally, Rahini, Ms. Kapadath, 25 years, that's a long time for you to manage, to have that immigration museum to spread the value of diversity and inclusion. So in the process of successfully disseminating the intangible value of immigration, you must have faced some difficulties as a manager. And because KSPO is planning on setting up a sport value center, as you're aware, so do you have any advice as a general manager of the Immigration Museum for the soon to open sports value center in spreading sports values?
I think the main advice I can offer is that it's essential for institutions to have clarity of vision. And once your vision statement is in place, and it's a vision statement ideally that is created, co-created with staff and community and key collaborators, the process of developing our vision statement of people connected to a shared humanity, embracing diversity for a just future, every word is so carefully selected, and that becomes the North Star. It's the vision that brings people together and informs all of the decisions at a daily level. So, I think that that's the first thing, having your plan, of course, ensuring that you get the buy-in from the team, your collaborators, that you're always in step with community interest. What do people actually want around you? Your main stakeholders, engagement with the stakeholders, building those long-term relationships. I do believe that from little things, big things grow. So it's about endurance and persistence. Other than that, of course, cultural institutions are always faced with a whole heap of other kinds of challenges. But I'd just like to sort of end on that note, that clarity of vision and bringing people along on the journey are the key elements.
Well, thank you. I think that will be very helpful for the future Sports Value Center in Korea, and hopefully you can come and visit the center at some point. We had a very short session for discussion due to the time limitation. However, I'm very happy to hear that sports values are utilized in multiple ways by various organizations to fulfill its social responsibility. And I think it's the social responsibility of sports people, sports organization, and sports governance to fulfill all the good things, because after all, sports movement or the values are for the betterment of the humankind, and we all would like to collaborate through sports values to be able to bring the better world for the future generations. So with that, I will close this discussion session, and thank you so much for your answers and questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we will invite you back to your seat. Thank you very much for sharing your valuable perspectives with us once again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned earlier, session 3 consists of presentations from our graduates, so please feel free to attend accordingly. Now, we are delighted to have 4 graduates from the 2023 Dream Together Masters Program who achieved excellent results in this year's Dream Together Alumni Contest and the DT Metaverse Contest. Now, they have returned to Korea to participate in today's forum, and each of these graduates will take the stage and share their remarkable achievements in their respectable countries. So first, I would like to invite Sivara Gopinath from Sri Lanka to present his case study. So student Gopinath has achieved first place in the 2023 Dream Together Master Alumni Contest in the Best Practice category. Please take the stage.
Check. Cool. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I think the friends are from the 10th and 11th batch. They don't need any introduction about me. But however, it is my privilege and very honored to be here on this big international platform, Dream Together Master Seoul Forum 2023. As an alumni, I'm very proud, very happy to stand in front of you to present this best practice, which won the first place. What is my best contribution in the last 1 year of period for the sports, where I'm working at the National Olympic Committee Sri Lanka as a marketing and media manager. So basically, the National Olympic Committee Sri Lanka is a non-governmental and a non-profitable organization. It's totally an independent organization from the Ministry of Sports in Sri Lanka. So actually, National Olympic Committee Sri Lanka is one of the oldest National Olympic Committee out of 45 National Olympic Committees in Asia. It's in the order, it's the 6th, established in 1937. It's been almost 86 years. So we have 33 Olympic sport national federations affiliated as the members, but unfortunately, it's been almost 8.5 decades, so we don't have a strategy plan, but we are running this organization. So when these globalizations and this sport structure is being changed, so I was recruited in 2019, soon after the master's degree program as a consultant. So when I was recruited, actually I was given the task by the Secretary General of the National Olympic Committee of Sri Lanka, Mr. Maxwell D. Silva, to develop a proposal to create a strategy plan for the National Olympic Committee of Sri Lanka. So I could be able to do all these kind of jobs because my background is mathematics and statistics. I was a statistician, I was a lecturer in statistics for 5 years. But this Dream Together master degree programs actually enabled me to write a big proposal for these huge projects, because it's not just only for 1 year project or 2 years projects, because we aim this strategy plan development for 4 years. But this is the very first time, because we didn't have any other benchmark to develop this one in National Olympic Committee Sri Lanka. So that's the reason we had to go through a lot of struggles. So I did it in 2019. But however, after the pandemic hit, you know, when you develop the strategy plan, you need a lot of human resources. So then it's postponements, it always happens. Then finally, we fixed it in 2023. So we proposed to make this strategy plan for 10 years plan. So it was a very successful story together with my team, so I will introduce later. So as the next steps, actually, you know the development process, because this is more research oriented, so you will not see any of the pictures to make your call, sorry about it. So I developed the proposal actually, then we had to make the team. Of course, for the strategy plan development, you have to have some subject oriented expert. So in this case, we brought Professor Emmanuel Bale, from University of Lausanne. He is the expert in the field of sport strategy plan development, so he came here. Then we created the management team with the local professor, Professor B.L.H. Pereira, as well as the Secretary General, Mr. Maxwell De Silva, myself, and other people. So we started to make the team, and also we had to separate other teams as well, logistic team, because it's a huge project, it's a one-year project that we had to do it. As I mentioned you, we didn't have the benchmark, so we had to do the pilot project. So during the DTM program, so we have practiced many models, PBI-GIS models, for the governance and all. So we took JUMAP because it has been introduced by this International Olympic Committee. So then we amended that model. So based on that one, 3 national federations were picked up. So then we interviewed. Then after that, based on their feedbacks, then we had to modify the questionnaires to go for a real research. So in that case, we did the real research after having a lot of meetings, one-to-one meetings with all the national federations. 33 national federations, just imagine we had a 33 meeting and the workshops, because the thing is when you go for a changing, people are reluctant. So why they are doing the strategy plan? It's going to be in a black and white documents. It's not easy to do this one for a 10 years or period. So we have to convince them. We need to get the approvals and everything. So we did it and everything. Then after that, data collections, one-to-one, sometimes groups. Not only the national federations, we had to interview the sponsors, media, all of the stakeholders. Even we interviewed the Ministry of Sports as well. Then after that, we analyzed it. So it was very helpful, these DTM programs, activities. Then, of course, approvals and execution. So now we have done this. Some of the things I have highlighted here. The execution will be January 2024 onwards. Now we have a very good constructive strategy plan targeting for the 2024 until 2032. So this is the basic conceptual framework that we have developed. So I didn't mention anything here. So we revised 86 years of vision, mission, and values and working principles. Everything were revised because now the globalizations, lot of adaptation, lot of new projects being introduced by the International Olympic Committee. So we had to review everything. Then under that, we brought this 5 strategy orientation. Then under 5 strategic orientation, there were 21 sub-orientations. Under that, each sub-orientations, they have objective. So under that, there were 140 plus action plans were developed. It's a lot actually to develop, to do and continue process for the next 10 years of period. So this is the vision, mission, value, and the working principles that we have developed. So we always stick with these values of the International Olympic Committee: excellence, friendships, and the respect. So others that we have modified it. So these are the 5 pillars, because I don't want to talk other things because it's more research-oriented stuff, simply boring, but what are the things that I have done it here? So the first one is strengthen the organizations, because it's very important. If you want to strengthen the role of the National Olympic Committee, you have to have a strong stakeholders. You have to sign the MOU with the multi-people, multi-organizations. It's not only about the local authorities, but also international authorities that we have included there. And also like how we can overcome these challenges, right? Like we did, how sports can be a vehicle to overcome these drug challenges and everything. So those are the things like we connect with this education, health, and the tourism, because in Sri Lanka, tourism is very big. It's a very beautiful country, as you know, that we are surrounded by the sea. And support and promote the high level, it's for the high performance sports. Then the 4th pillar is fully in the conducting some international big events, sporting events policies. And then finally, how to reinforce the governance, economic, and the professionalization. Say, for an example, the digitalization has come up. So how we can bring the digitalizations into the organizations for the capacity development. So with that, like how the Dream Together Master Program actually helped in some way to develop or improve implement this project actually. As you all know that we are having the 30 weeks of lectures, 30 professors are coming from across the world, and we are doing the presentations everywhere. You cannot imagine, like, I'm the person like didn't have any of the English background. So when I came here, those kind of stigma were broken by my classmates. So I'm even standing in front of you. That's because we had a lot of presentations. Every week we had a individual and the group presentations and the write-up skills and all that improve my skills to accomplish these stuffs, and also research and the questionnaire preparations during our small projects. Of course, the sports governance, the sports policy bodies, as I mentioned you before in the sports governance, we have done this BBI-GS models and the different models. The JUMAP is also similar model, so you can play with that to strengthen your governance by yourself. And the final is a very important thing. Soon after my graduation, so Borja Garcia from Lopro University, he was doing a research on 5 different countries. It was sponsored by the International Olympic Committee, how the collaboration between the National Olympic Committees and the sport authorities under the government. So Sri Lanka was not in the case, but one of the countries, they refused him. So therefore he approached me, hey Sigo, can I come to do this one in Sri Lanka? Then I contact my Secretary General back in a country. Then he was very happy to welcome him. So this is the very first research done collaboration between the National Olympic Committees and the public authorities. So he was staying there for like a 1 month of period. So he did a fantastic research. It is published in the International Olympic Committee. So it's all about that, how we are linked and what are the lacks that he has found out. So these inputs actually was helpful to identify the SWOT, strengthen the weakness of the sports structures in the National Olympic Committee as well. So that is how the DTM actually helped me. So I will never forget my people, because whenever I do the group presentation, so they are always together sharing the knowledge and all. So that is how I am molded, and that is how I am here. And my best friend is in the middle, so I will never forget. He's my best buddy. But unfortunately today he is not in the sports section because he has to fight for his country. He's with the weapon. I'm sure that he will come back to the sports world. Yaroslav talked much of. So he is saving for the country. I'm sure that he will come back and work with us in future. So I'm very thankful to my batch. And that is my best practice presentation. Thank you very much for your listening. Thank you. Finally, the Dream Together Master Office, they asked me to do one more presentation, so it's just a 1 slide, right? So I was appointed maybe 5 months back as a Dream Together Master Alumni Ambassador. Thank you very much for the Dream Together Master and the KSPO for the appointment. So many people, they were curious, like, why you were appointed as ambassador. I always proud to say that this is not me as an ambassador. All of you are ambassador. Even yesterday we had the roundtable discussion with all of you. You all are ambassadors here, right? It's just an appointment because the thing is I have to do some more works to promote the DTM program. It's very specifically, that's the reason it's like the name is ambassador is given to me. So why this person was not appointed this person. So what I did it actually during the DTM programs, I was really working hard in promoting the DTM program because I was from the 5th batch, graduated in 2019, recruited in 2017. So DTM was not that much of internationally popular. So what we have to do is, we with our classmates, that we did a lot of promotional materials, not only by me, but many people. So what I did is, like, during the DTM programs, I keep on supporting to the DTM's office to writing the articles wherever we go, and also social media exposures. I was like keep on posting all the activities, what is happening in the DTM program. So, and we had a networking and the partnership through the program and the project. One example, I would say, I had a lot of examples. Even after the graduation, Derek Entege from Uganda, he was struggling to get the job. So then he asked me, he came with some concept. So both of us working together in one project for swimming federations. So we have done it. So we are helping each other to help others to do this kind of project. That's the reason I'm always telling the DTM is not inside the class, it's outside, because we are global sport managers. Another success story, this annual International Day of Sports for Development and Peace. It's been for 5 years we have been conducting. From the last year onwards, we partnership with this DTMA KSPO. They were supporting for us for the social media campaign. And also now we are in the position to recommend the new faces to the DTM program. Just today I was talking, the new faces are here. Some of the people I recommended to the program. They became the presidents also, not only me, other people also. So you will be like an ambassador once you graduate to recommend some energetic people and potential people to this follow this course. So that is how I was appointed as an ambassador of this program. So some people, they were asking that if you are appointed as an ambassador, what is the roles and responsibilities? So I have to promote the DTM through my international engagements wherever I go. So normally I mentioned earlier that I attend this International Olympic Committee in the United Nations Office for Drugs and Crimes workshops. It was in Vienna. So during the time, I meet some multi-people, Asian, country regional people. So I always like encourage the National Olympic Committee representative to send some of your potential candidate to come here. So this is how we have to do to promote this one. And I attended this one Chinese Taipei Olympic Committee's virtual lectures, so where I promote about this one, and also special lectures from Philippines. I delivered it. So like to one of my friends. He's supposed to be here today, but unfortunately he is not here to this university. So because of that success, some of the stories, some students also recruited later. So then writing the articles to the newsletters and messages to the welcome dinner and the graduation. So, and also I have some capacity to select the next ambassador as well. So I will do my best, as I told you always. So once you are DTM forever, you will be a DTM. So stay connected, and we will make a globe better through the sports. Hamsahamnida.
Please give a big round of applause. Yes, thank you very much for that impressive experience, sharing your great achievements from Sri Lanka. Thank you once again. And a quick housekeeping note to our Korean attendees. 공식 행사가 지연되는 관계로 저희 6시 20분에 종료될 예정입니다. 저희
Due
발표가
to
다
the
끝난
delay,
후에
I
바로
think the
경품
official
추첨이
program
있을
will end
예정이니까요.
at
경품 추첨 종료
6:20. Right
후에
after all
저희
this
공단
event,
직원
there'll be
버스 출발할 예정입니다.
the
이 점
draws
참고해
of
주시기
the
바라겠습니다.
gifts. So after
And now
that,
we'll move
there'll
on
be
to
a
our
bus
second
departure
presentation.
for
Next we have Sarah
the
Mohammed
corporation.
Abdelsami from Egypt, and she'll be sharing her accomplishments and case study. Sarah has achieved first position in the 2023 Dream Together Master Alumni Contest in the project proposal category. Please welcome her with a big hand.
So, hello everyone. It's also a great pleasure to be here after almost 2 years from the graduation. And today I'm here to present my project that I did under the umbrella of the International Olympic Committee, because I got the opportunity to be an IOC Young Leader at the beginning of this year. So this project is called Al Halimun, and it's targeting refugees in my country. It's social business sport project for refugees in lovely Egypt. So actually, what is the meaning of Al Halimun? Al Halimun, it's an Arabic word which means the dreamers. So why actually I choose that? Because I do believe, and most of us believing, that refugees, they are resilient. They have an impressive strength, and they are really the empowering each other, and the empowering us day after day. And actually, they are dreamers. They dream every day to live a better life, to find a new home, and make a better future for themselves and for their kids. So what is Al Halimun? As I mentioned before, it's a social business sport project for refugees in Egypt, which aims to promote equality, inclusion, integrity, and diversity for Al Halimun in my country. And actually, this project is under the umbrella of the International Olympic Committee, is specifically under the IOC Young Leaders Program. This is a quick glance of Al Halimun. So the title, as I mentioned before, it's called Al Halimun, and it will be located actually in Cairo, Egypt. The beneficiaries for this project is the refugees' kids from 10 to 12, and the overall term of this project will be from 2024 to 2026. So the mission of Al Halimun is to promote equality, inclusion, integrity, and diversity, as I mentioned before, for refugees in Egypt through the sport of volleyball. And the vision is to introduce the first of its kind project in Egypt and the Middle East, aimed at catering to the educational and well-being needs for refugees' children. So here are the goals of the project itself. So first one is developing life skills of refugees' kids and youth through sport, providing refugees' kids and youth education, integration, and socialization, improving refugees' kids and youth psychological well-being, and empowering refugees' kids and youth to have a better decision-making abilities. Here again, I'm talking about the beneficiaries. So actually, we have main 3 beneficiaries for this project. The first one will be the parents of the kids, which we will try our best to somehow telling them to bring their kids to the project, inspiring them to bring them to the project itself. The second thing is the kids themselves. And definitely the third part, and this is really important, which is the partnerships. For the project potential partners, actually, I was always looking to organizations that they fitting within the project, and we have the theme actually, a vision and mission. So I was thinking about UNICEF, And definitely we have Professor Kong was here talking about that, and that was my first time to know that UNICEF, as I mentioned on the panel discussion, that they are working in a sport for refugees, and this is like really inspiring for me. And the second one is the Olympic Solidarity Commission, which they are really concentrating on the refugees, and they have right now actually the refugees Olympic team that they will be presenting again in Olympics in Paris 2024. And since the sport is volleyball, so I'm concentrating on the organization. It's called Let's Keep the Ball Flying, and the volleyball world. This is the main partner of the International Volleyball Federation. And since we are in Egypt, so definitely the Egyptian Volleyball Federation is part of the project. For the academic support, because if you get that this project, it mixes between sport and educational material. So that's why I was asking how UNICEF actually can support in the educational part. So the academic support, we already have a board Leipzig University from Germany, and I'm seeking to collaborate with DTM in this year, hopefully. For the SDGs that I'm concentrating for this project, actually I'm concentrating on 3 main SDGs, which is goal number 3, good health and well-being, goal number 16, which is peace, justice, and strong institution, and goal number 17, which is partnerships for goals. Here we already have like expected outcomes. We have the short term and the long term. So the short term, as you see here in the presentation, is to increasing the participation, increasing the sense of belonging, improving the communication and positive self-expression, and definitely positive impact on mental health. So overall, Al-Halimun will provide numerous benefits beyond just physical activity or beyond just volleyball. And for the long term, we have to sustain the physical activity, improve academic performance and educational attainment, and also improve the social integration and participation by bringing all those kids together to make them feel included and integrity within the society. And for the last thing is to improve the mental health. Sorry for that. Yeah, last but not least, actually, this is the timeline for the project because it's 3 years project. For 2024, it will be the launching of the project itself, which it will be the first phase, which is train the trainers. So we'll bring people that will train them to be capable to train those young kids and make them involved somehow with the project and like trying our best to sustain their attendance on this project. For 2025, we'll start the actual thing, which will bring the kids on board and we'll try to implement what actually the trainers learn from the first phase. And for 2026, we were trying our best to sustain the project through the long-term partnerships. And this is a really lovely quote that I love it. So behind every refugee is a story of courage, hope, and the unbreakable human spirit. And guys, this is my contact. So in case if anyone would like actually to add anything, would like to have more information or deal the information actually about the project, I'm totally open to discuss with you guys, to talk with you, and definitely to listen to all of you also, because I do believe that together actually we embark on this journey, and it will be honored actually to be working together side by side. So this is the end of my presentation, and thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for sharing your outstanding presentation and project from Egypt. Thank you once again. And now for our third presentation, we have Maria Barkat from Jordan, and she'll be presenting her achievements and case study. The Dream Together Master Program has hosted the DT Metaverse Contest, where students from various countries have prepared their cases, and today we'll hear about the achievements from Jordan. Please welcome her once again.
Hello guys, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. I am honored to present to you today the collaborative efforts and contributions of Jordanian Dream Together alumni in Jordan realm of sport and beyond. So to begin, let's take a look at the outstanding Jordanian DTM alumni who have been making waves in the sports world. not only in Jordan. So Firas Lehmoud from the 4th batch, Duha from the 6th, Dana from the 7th, myself also from the 7th, and Dina Salame from the 9th. Now, let me introduce to you Firas Lehmoud, a prominent figure in the sports scene, serving as a triathlon technical secretary at the Qatar Cycling and Triathlon Federation. He's also the sports development coordinator for Asian Triathlon Confederation and World Triathlon. Firas is not only a sports administrator, but also a referee and a commentator in global triathlon events, including the Super League Championship Series 2023. Firas has made significant contributions to various sports-related issues. Mentioning a few, he has led over 20 development projects across Asia, promoting recognition and investment in sports with the potential for positive social impact. Also, he played a key role in establishing new triathlon federations in Vietnam and Saudi Arabia, fostering long-term strategic planning. His contribution to Olympic solidarity programs bridged the gap between sports development and governance, particularly in developing countries. Also, his strategic planning aims to influence sports education and inspiring youth to engage in sports, especially triathlon and cycling, as he sets the course for the Asian Games 2030 that is planned to be held in Qatar. As a referee and a commentator, Firas actively promotes, of course, the sports he commentates on and encourages participation for the youth. Next, we have my colleague, Duha Lizghoul, a senior officer at the Jordan Olympic Committee and a Believe in Sport ambassador. She also served as an esports general manager at the Jordan Esports Committee, which is now a federation. Duha's contribution have addressed various sports-related issues also in Jordan. She actively promotes Olympic values and education, focusing on promoting a value-based sporting culture among the youth in Jordan through projects in schools and various community places. Duha also coordinated a research across the 12 governorates of Jordan, covering 2,000 schools that informs reforms to prioritize sports education and physical activity within the school curriculum. She's working now on the development of an Arabic e-learning platform, contributing to the development of expertise in the sports sector and awareness of sport-related topics for the public. Duha's involvement in esports advanced the federation when she was there and the sport development in a rapidly evolving landscape. Now let me introduce you to Dana Turan. She was my batchmate, who has seamlessly integrated her experience in the corporate world and her passion for sports governance. Dana is a consultant analyst at a firm called Mercer Consulting, and the athlete committee chair at the Asian Triathlon, in the executive board. And she's also a member of the Taekwondo for All committee at World Taekwondo, and she also is still active as an athlete in cycling and triathlon. Dana, actually, she was a Taekwondo player before. Well, Dana contributions are making a significant impact in Jordan and throughout Asia. In her role as the athlete committee chair, she fosters improved sports governance and inclusivity in the Olympic movement in Asia. And she also, her involvement promotes collaborative efforts and international partnerships in sports development. Her active participation in cycling and triathlon races contributes to promoting physical activity, and community engagement. Now, turning to myself, I am a senior officer also at the Jordan Olympic Committee, a member of the International Gymnastics Federation Safeguarding Working Group, and the NOC single point of contact with the Olympic Movement Unit. Yeah, that's about it. And my efforts focus on enhancing sports administrators through national courses and diplomas, but also through making international courses and scholarships such as DTM available to those administrators. This is to upgrade their knowledge and skills in the sports sector and to better their practices. In addition to athlete-centered development programs, promoting inclusion and the well-being of those athletes and their career paths during and after retirement. Also, in my role in combating competition manipulation, I try to ensure that everyone in the sector, in the Olympic movement in Jordan, is aware of fair play and integrity of sport. Lastly, we have Dina Salame, the head of the international relations at the Jordan Football Association. Dina is actively involved in organizing local and international football competitions and was part of the guest operation team for the FIFA Women's World Cup 2023 that happened in Sydney. Dina's contribution addressed several critical sport-related issues. Her role fosters collaboration between the Jordan Football Association and other international organizations. Dina actively promotes gender equality and inclusion in football and the sports sector in general. Her participation in organizing local and international football competition creates opportunities for athletes and fans alike. Dina's effort contribute to fostering talent development and a sports culture from a young age. She also is involved in enhancing the fan experience and ensures the successful execution of those events she manages. Now let's explore some of the fruitful collaboration between us, the alumni. First of all, me and Doha work in the same department, so we collaborate in various ways, including educational program development, coach education, raising awareness about the prevention of competition manipulation, and the rules, and leading sessions on Olympic education and the movement. Firas and Dana, being involved in triathlon, work together to develop athletes in Asia, focusing on a particular practical athlete development pathway and addressing the mental health concerns. Well, in conclusion, the contribution and collaboration of the Jordanian DTM program alumni are making a significant impact on the sports sector in Jordan. Together, we are working to shape a brighter future for sports governance, athlete development, and sports culture in Jordan and beyond. Thank you for your attention.
Yes, thank you very much for sharing your wonderful achievements from Jordan. Thank you once again. And now, lastly, for our last and fourth presentation, we have Rani Handayani from Indonesia to share her achievements in case study and also made an outstanding case in the DT Metaverse contest.
안녕하세요. 네, 감사합니다. Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Rani Handayani from Indonesia. First, I would like to send my best gratitude to Ministry of Culture, Sport and Tourism, KSPO, DTM, and UNICEF Korea for having me today to this outstanding forum. Today is a great honor for me to be standing here on behalf of DTM Alumni Indonesia. Here, I would like to share our thoughts about sport issue that happen in Indonesia. And one of the reasons why we would like to highlight this topic, because it's not only lifting the topic to be shared and discussed, but more because we see the opportunity for us to make a move, make a small contribution for our country by utilize the knowledge of sport management we got from DTM program. So amongst of sport issue we decided to focus on fitness level related to sport participation and public sport facility availability in public spaces. As we know, the health and fitness play an important role in our overall well-being. But this is the picture in Indonesia today. Indonesia is the fourth most populous country in the world with 278.69 million people. And this year, we commemorate the 78th of our Independence Days. But if we talk about sports pictures, the number doesn't make us happy. Based on nationwide run statistic, the average number of fitness level is just 36%. Sport participation, 33%. And even we found the data of student fitness level and sport participation are only 2.1% active in sport. 0.14% are in great fitness level. So it's so bad for a big nation. In addition, the lack of sport public facility availability data is also low. It's only 24%. So based on this data, we conclude that the lack of sport participation and sport public facility contributed to the low level of fitness people in Indonesia. But again, why? Why do we think that fitness level deserves to be highlighted today? How important is the fitness level for Indonesia? Yes, we have a program named Indonesia Bugar 2045, means Healthy or Fitness Indonesia 2045. This is a national program launched by the government in 2022 to commemorate the 100th Independence Day of Indonesia in 2045. Our government is targeting 70% of fitness level by 2045, 2 times than we have today. So much homework to do. This program shows how significant the fitness level of people in Indonesia is. And as the supporting project, the Ministry of Youth and Sport made a campaign called Ayo Olahraga, which means let's exercise, or let's do sport, or let's work out. So, thus, the team alumni Indonesia see that the fitness issue is worth talking about. This initiative also can be the opportunity for us to be part of supporting government vision to make a better life through sport. But the question is what we can do, or even like what we have to. And then so based on all those backgrounds we had talked, we came up with this proposal, provision of outdoor sport facility in public space to increase sport participation and fitness level of people in Indonesia. Why do we think that providing sport public facilities will generate sport participation and fitness? Because the provision of outdoor sport facilities in open public spaces will encourage all parties to create synergy, to increase sport participation, and to enhance fitness level of the community. And also we, in our Sport for All Indonesia, we have formula, like we call it like 5M. The first for 5M is manfaat. Manfaat means useful, and then benefits. The second is menarik. Menarik means interesting. So the sport or this activity has to be interesting, so it can attract people to do sport. And the third is mudah. Mudah means easy or accessible. Fourth is massal. Massal is mass, so gain people to do sport. And then the fifth is meriah. Meriah means fun. And we add one more M. This is murah. Murah means cheap, because we understand in our country, developing country, the cheap and affordable is take a part, the important part. So, refer to those all 6M formulas. We think that this idea of providing sport public facilities will be spot on to our vision to increase the sport participation and fitness level. This idea will giving benefits directly to one, general people as the target user. The second, government as the fulfilling of the public spaces area for the general public. And indirect benefits, one, for economic activity. Usually, if there is a crowd or activity, economic activity will arise automatically, like food and beverage around the facility, increasing the sport apparel demands and health. And the second, branding image. And it can be for the place, the city, because well decoration or placement will make the place beautiful and organized. Branding image is also for the sponsor as a part of corporate social responsibility program. Good contribution for the environment. And then also we set the goal setting. Direct goal, clear, to generate the fitness level, sport participation, and provide sport public facilities. The other hand, our indirect goals are more about the social experiences and impact, the legacy and sustainability of this program. But we knew well this project will not be easy. There are several factors might be hampering the plans we have made, like the first, the increasing fitness level is not the only program to achieve in our government. The sports system, infrastructure, management, education, and many more sport areas need to be focused on. So we have to consider this program. The second, furthermore, our national budget is limited. Our sport budget is less than 1% of the national budget. The third, bureaucracy. When it's too complicated, it's become bureaucracy. Yes, I understand. Four, the geographical condition. We are an archipelago, more than 17,000 islands, so it's so challenging. And then the last, but not least, the limited national budget. Fundraising is maybe one of the problem solving. CSR can be a good idea, but unfortunately in our CSR law, they don't mention sport as the one of the area focus. But we don't want to give up. We will find a way, because this program is not just about the fitness and sport facilities, but this program is precisely to contribute the social impact for people. So to realize this project, we need a strategy and this DTM time. We dig out all of the knowledge, the material we learned from the DTM program, we selected and combined some modules that fit our project. And also we consider making good coordination with many sports stakeholders, because we understand this project will be nothing without involving those stakeholders. We need a great support system to make it right. The government, for sure, as the highest institution, the regulatory level, and then the second, Indonesian Sport Funds and Business Management Institution as the public service agency for fundraising and management project, local government agency for supervising and cooperation the public area needs, private sector for sponsor, NGO support, and last but not least, we also open partnership, cooperation, and sponsor from international sport organization or companies. And then also we have made a general project as planned, maybe you can see. This project plan from preparation plan until the project realization. The first preparation, the second coordination plan, and the third project realization plan. In the coordination plan, you have to divide it institutional and then business marketing, because we would like to fundraising, so we have to consider to make a really beautiful and sexy project. So the companies would like to attract to fund our project. Right. And also for the realization plan, maybe DTM, we have as an alumni, we have a good idea, but still we have to remember there are 4 factors: trust, credibility, transparency, and accountability is also taking role important to how this project can be success. So I think it will be better if we are having the coordination, cooperation with the government institution. We have a choice, we can choose the Indonesia Sport Fund and Business and Management Institution to run this project. So DTM taking the project plan as a project plan and research, and then the rest we can make a cooperation. Okay. And then we hope we can contribute something for Indonesia. We hope this project will be coming through. So we believe that this act will play a role in success of the Indonesia Bugar 2045 program. So in this beautiful program today, I, with all due humility, ask for your support and wish for our plan project will run well, because we believe will be really help. At least if it's not the only one as the problem solving, at least it will be the one of the the solution. And then before the closing statement, during the brainstorming and preparation, by the way, of this proposal, I found that here in Korea, we also have a similar program with Indonesia Bugar called National Fitness 100. And then I also found that our independent days is just 2 days apart. So we start in the same line, but now after 78 years, we are standing in different lines. So please wish us luck with this project. So maybe in 2045, we can at least standing next to you, standing next to Korea. So 대한민국 선배님 부탁드리겠습니다. And finally, I would like to finish this presentation with this closing statement. In the vision of Healthy Indonesia 2045, the significance of sport facilities in public space in increasing healthy lifestyle cannot be overstated. sport facilities encourage us to have a time out from a busy lives and disconnect us for a while from fast technology, just to reconnect us more with physical activities. As we aim in well-maintained and proper sport facilities, we pave the way for the vision of our nation, a future where people are healthier, happier, and have a flourishing quality of life. So, ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely appreciate your attention listening to my presentation. I hope what I have shared will be beneficial for all of us. On behalf of DTM Alumni Indonesia, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for introducing your excellent case from Indonesia. Thank you once again. Now, listening to these diverse cases, it feels like the blueprints of this initiative is really gradually coming to life. We wish great achievements to all of our graduates and continued development to the Dream Together Masters program. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of Dream Together Seoul Forum. We'd like to thank each and every one of you for your cooperation and support, both on and offline. And we hope to come back next year with an even more exciting program. Thank you once again, and we wish you great journeys back home. Thank you.